Namaste, everybody. Nachiketa here again today with David Evlion. Is that Evlion? How do I say your name, your last name?
It's Elvion.
Elvion. Alvion. Okay. So David was with us, about a week ago when we had the little bit of a roundtable discussion with Andreas Zertis and Raphael from Act Like You Know 26. And we were talking about Dune and Dune Messiah at that time and the Messiah programming. But today I want to get to know David a little bit better and just kind of get to understand where he is from, what he is about, and then we'll go on to other topics of interest for both of us. So, without further ado, David, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, and thanks for the invitation. Appreciate it.
Okay, good. I'm glad that you're doing very well today. And so let's get to know David a little bit better. Where you originally from, and what was your childhood and your upbringing like?
I'm originally from Germany, and I came up in the eastern part of Germany when there was still the separation into West and East Germany. And so later on, I moved to the eastern part. So I got to know the contrast of a divided country, and growing up, I got to see all the visiting your grandparents and your grandparents. um, I I got to see the cultural differences, and how the, the the two parts of the country were behaving very differently. And then later on, my teenage years and later, I realized that's probably because they are subject to different kinds of programming. Um, so I grew up very much moving from place to place, a lot of moving. My mom was changing places a lot, and I just had to abandon friendships a lot. um, and I also I
Your
went to
father was not around. Your
no,
father was not.
yeah, he wasn't around, so that was he was, I would say, kicked out of my life and kept out by my mother. He was When he was in the military, I was 4 years old. My mother then had a boyfriend, and that's when they broke up. So I, of course, don't know all the details, but for what I have gathered from here and there and other members of the family, it is just my mom basically was being a whore, unfortunately. I
Uh,
mean, that's
well,
that.
do you have any brothers or sisters? Do you have any siblings other than yourself, or not?
Well, let me take that back, but it's just not nice when you have children and you have an affair with another man. Well, your man is serving in the military, so whatever you want to call that.
Okay. Yeah.
But I have a half sister with another man. So
Right.
you can
Yeah.
see where that leads. That leads me to questioning deeply the dynamic of males and females in relationships, of course, because I was like, this is fucked up. Why are people like this? Why is my mom like this? How how would it actually work? Why does it not work like that? What are all the factors? I always had these questions because growing up, I was just, of course, thinking this is normal. And I was seeing other kids and their families, and it always seemed so nice, but it was very different from what I was growing up in. So I always had these questions: male, female, role of the male, well, mostly the role of the female, because I was mostly subjected to that. Um, yeah, and so I don't have really the full picture, if you will, right? I was just subjected to the female part of the upbringing, which if you have a single mother, then your mother tries to also cover the male parts of the parenting, which is not really possible, just hormonally not. And also then that your mother tries to do two things at once when one thing is already quite a lot to do. Just the female part is quite a lot to do it properly, and if you try to do both, it is really quite impossible. Um, so I'm thankful I turned out okay, I guess, but it led me on a path to really, you know, when I had the question, well, do I want to have children? And then I was, of course, asking myself, well, how would that even work? And at first, I have to figure out how is the optimal way, because the way I was brought up, I don't want to repeat that. And then how did it lead to that? And then, of course, before I can be a father, I first have to learn how to be a man. And so I guess, right, if you learn from a male role model, having a father, when growing up, you get that information in like 18 years, I guess. But when you don't have the father and you're out of that fast learning zone of your brain, you take more time. You maybe take 20 years or 40. If you put your intention into learning what is actually being male, what does that mean? What if you just grew up with surrounded by women, you usually become a very feminized man. And but I don't want to repeat that cycle really, and because I realize that's just a lot of systematic programming involved. It's just an agenda. So I'm very much interested in trying to find out what is the natural pattern for the woman and for the
Right.
man, and how does the natural family pattern look, and how to get back to that, for even from that position. So that's so I'm looking very much into that.
Yeah, so let's kind of go back to your childhood a little bit. So you were, moving from like probably from small town to small town, and your mother moved with you, and maybe she had various partners. You have a half sister. So what are some other like what is your early education was like? Let's walk that through with us. Your we call it elementary school, middle school, high school. I don't know what kind of education Germany has over there, but just talk about your education a little bit, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, so the first 3 years of school, or 1 year's preschool, so 4 years of school was in what in a normal state school, uh, in a big city, uh, really big city in the north of Germany. And then we moved to the south, um, and there I was very lucky to get into a Waldorf school, or what you call it in the US, a Steiner school. After the Rudolf Steiner, the philosophist and writer, and whatever. He wrote so many things. So I was very lucky because a friend of my mother had also had a children enrolled in that, and was into macrobiotics and diet, and basically all about things that are not on the mainstream. And so my mother moved to that city with me, and her friend being all into that, she just followed that advice. So ended up in a Steiner school, which is great because Steiner school is very non-mainstream educational system. So you learn. I was subjected uh, what do you call it? To smithing, to blacksmithing. Well, I mean, forging metal, right? In a hot metal hammer format. Right? I did that. I did stone sculpting with marble. I did woodworking, gardening. That was all part of the curriculum in the first 7 grades. And they also have the system that you have your class teacher is the same person for the first 7 grades, and the whole class is actually the same people in the first 7 grades. So they have some things figured out in the social dynamics and the psychology, that you let the kids form a group and an identity in the group, and peers that feed them back the behavior, and they can grow as people, and they also have a fixed authority figure, right? So they get to grow up in a certain um, controlled way that is protected and that makes sense. And so I was very lucky to grow up in that. Not to put too much, laurels on them, though. The system is great, and then there's also Montessori. There's other school systems that are great, but nowadays you have to be very discerning when you send your kids to any school, no matter be it Steiner, Waldorf, Montessori, because the everyone's coming after the kids, and the whole agenda is not stopping just because it's a Waldorf school, because there's people in there and you get to the people. So even if I've seen that, right? So the whole disaster with the jabs, or the whole disaster with the uh, mutilating kids for some kind of gender identity politics, that hasn't stopped just because it's a Steiner school. So just
Yeah.
for people to know
Yeah.
that.
Okay, so like the Steiner school, is it like all the way up throughout high school, or to a certain point? Uh, and then what happens? What happened after that?
Yeah, so the Steiner school, it works like this. You have the first 7 grades, like I described, and then grade 8 to 12. You can so if you just do the grade 8 to 10, you do your which is the lowest exam you can do, which is you do your exam, which is you know, well, there's 3 types of exams in Germany. One is like the Hauptschule, which is like the lowest form of exam. Then there's the Realschule, which is the little bit better, which is normally uh, eighth, and well, it doesn't matter what it normally is. And then you have the Abitur, which is gives you access to university, and Realschule gives you access to trade school, and Hauptschule gives you access to, well, you finished school, right? So, and in the Steiner school, you do your Hauptschule at grade 10 instead of grade 8, so it's 2 years later than in the state school. And you do your Realschule at grade 12 instead of grade 10 in the state school. And you do your Abitur in grade 13 instead of grade 12. So it you get more time in general, because the lower grades curriculum, like the grades 1 to 3, they are focused on having the kids more experience their surroundings. They get to play more, learn about colors and shapes. They get to get approach gardening, and they go out in nature, right? So it's more experiential also. It's not, you don't get pressed into a mold right away. And because of that, the whole process takes longer. Um, from grade, right? So I did the Realschule, which is the trade school exam basically, and then went on to trade school. Went on to do kind of did my Abitur on the trade school, and the 2 years on that, learning about electronics, communication technology, computer programming, and basically IT, computer sciences, but not university level. And then I moved out to another city on my own then, and went into computer sciences, media technology, and yeah, but basically that whole thing of computer sciences.
So did you find some work with a company, with a programming company or something, some kind of technology company?
Um, so I didn't really go into that field, because I didn't feel so. University completely ruined my outlook on professional work life, because it was it was bad. What happened there was, well, first I expected the university to be kind of supportive of the learning process, which it wasn't absolutely. It was just about um, trying to get you out as fast as possible. Like it was more like a trial of fire kind of vibe. And the other thing was, but I was also in a different mindset. I was in a mindset of just partying and no. I was very much brainwashed of the whole left paradigm. So I was really, a leftist party libtard, I guess you would call it nowadays. But I was full in on that, all of it, all the way. I don't even want to talk about it, right? All the way. And that wasn't conducive, of course, to being in university and being serious about getting into the workforce. But there's one thing that happened on a political level in the university, which is they. So they had two big cities in the province I was in, and they both had an architecture department and an IT department, or let's say a natural sciences department, which includes IT and math, and an architecture department, or like building statics and that kind of stuff. They both had that, and they wanted to cut costs, and so they wanted to just have one in each. So they wanted to make that city the IT computer sciences city, and the other wanted to be the building kind of for students, right? So they had to cut a department in each, but it was a whole department, meaning it was like, sorry, not department, faculty is I think what you call it. So that means if you cut the IT department, you cut all of math, applied math, programming, physics, uh, communication technology, well, basically all. I mean, like a lot of things and a lot of people. And so they had a problem to do that in a nice way. So what they did is they hired a new, I think you would call it superintendent, that like the CEO of the university, but since it's a public body, it has a different name. The dean, I guess you call it in English. And it was a female dean, and she was coming off of chemotherapy for some kind of, the narrative was she had overcome cancer and she was the hero and she was lauded and brought in as the hero, and then she would start cutting these faculties. She came in, and that was basically her only job, but no one knew that at the time. So they came in, oh, the hero, we love you, yes, we wish you the best, you're so strong, you're so brave, right? This kind of thing. And then she started cutting that in that one city. I was only in one city. I don't know what happened in the other city. I just know the bigger dynamic was they had to, consolidate. So then suddenly they started announcing they're going to cut the whole faculty down, which is basically was like 1/3 of the whole university. It was the biggest faculty at the city where I was at. And people started to ask questions and started digging into this person, into this woman. And they found out that that her research subject, like she was also a scientist, and she was in psychology and behavioral sciences. And for applying models to affect behavioral outcomes in political, social, and business context. So basically, she was the perfect person to come in and do a tough job. And her research subject was to make people do what you want while keeping them like you. I mean, while not making them dislike you. I mean, literally. She was actually researching that, and she probably later wrote a paper on it. Well, that was a research subject. And so people figured this out. They dug into her. They started, back in the day, there was nothing like a YouTube channel, but they started a website and did articles and tried to get on the campus TV. I was part of the campus TV team, so I was seeing this. They were not allowed to get on campus TV to talk about this, so there was no public discourse about this. It was just all hush hush. We were threatened to be shut down if we bring this up. and the people who wrote these articles, they were kicked out of university. And there was even a strike instigated, a sit-in strike in favor of this poor woman who had overcome cancer, and now all these Nazis want to just be bad to this woman. And so they instigated the students to sit in the administrative building and strike for 3 days, and they all fell for it. And then the woman got to stay. I mean, there was pushback from the professors, right? Of course, they didn't want to get shut down and everything, their job killed. But they got the students to rally for this woman, and then after it was over, the rally was over, then the woman proceeded to kill this whole faculty, and and the students were like, "Oh shit, we were totally played." So I saw this firsthand, and
It's politics.
it's
It's
it,
politics, right? I mean,
wow, it was realpolitik, absolutely Soviet style realpolitik or whatever, you know what I mean. And I saw this firsthand, and it was so intense and visceral. And I thought, I don't really have any part of this. This is so ridiculous. You call yourself university, you're just like any communist party. This is ridiculous. If you want to be an institution of public education, no. So I was even less motivated then to. So I didn't finish these things there. I learned a lot, though. I mean, I did learn a lot working with people, all these technical stuff. I really loved the stuff I learned there. I just wasn't inclined to sit down with any person who is involved in this kind of stuff to give me scores or anything, because I thought they were all idiots. So I didn't go into that industry afterwards. I just became like what you call a self-taught or autodidact, and I later then we really found out about permaculture, and I figured nature is the better computer. You just give it what it wants, and it runs itself. It repairs itself. It optimizes itself. It's just a living being, right? Not to denigrate nature by saying it's a computer. I'm just saying I'm coming from a computer background and thinking in all these computer terms. I thought like, wow, I'm so primitive working with these stupid machines that I have to babysit all the time. Meanwhile, out there, the tree at the side of the road is so advanced and sophisticated and so right. So I was kind of waking up of my technocratic dream that I had and discovering nature and the interconnectedness, the soil networks, the pheromones of the trees and all that stuff. So it really opened my understanding up. And so I moved out of the city, uh, got into a trailer and started permaculture on a little plot and started experimenting, turn cow dung into soil and grow some
when was
pumpkin
this?
beans. I was
Around
just
what year?
this was 2014.
Okay, 10 years
So
ago.
yeah, and looked at Bill Mollison and later Jeff Lawton and all these permaculture guys who wrote books or made courses, or and the Japanese guys with the rice field, the rice revolution guy, and I mean, there's so much stuff. The winter wheat, and I don't know if you're familiar with the permaculture, but there's so much to discover there, and there's so much what people discovered, like what you can do if you cut your wheat in the summer and you just sow the wheat right away, and you leave the wheat straw on the field, and you sow the wheat seeds. Just throw it on the straw, right? It will just fall down in the summer, be covered, be temperature wise, be constant, be rather constant, moisture wise, be optimal, and it just the roots, it take a 3/4 of a year until there's sun again, or it'll take the rest of the sun from summer till fall to grow roots, and then the roots, and in spring when there's sun again, it will have like roots this big or even more, right? It will have this many roots. Normally when you sow in if you the way you normally do is you sow it in spring, yeah, well, it has, by the time it is summer, has roots like this or like this, right? But like, I read about these techniques and I thought, why is nobody doing this? This got to be a conspiracy. It's so simple, it's so easy. Why are they not doing this? So I looked into permaculture, and just and that's where I ultimately want to go as well. Like just want to be out there and researching, uh, optimizing these things to, yeah, not to control nature, but to find a balance, how where I fit in there. Not to live in the trees, and have no technology, but to bring it together in a way that is not intrusive or destructive. I think the human has a role in that, and there's a reason there is technology and so on. But I think we just went into some kind of hubris, and we have to come come out of it.
Okay, so how long were you doing that for? And then let's continue on and get caught up to where we are now. So how long? That was back in 2014. You were experimenting with permaculture, and how long were you doing that? Uh,
So yeah, so permaculture was like 4 years. I was in a place there. There were other people, so I learned kind of also about community dynamics and all the drama and the conflict and how you can manage it and how you cannot manage it. And that was 4 years, and then I moved a little bit from place to place. Was like a janitor, and so there I learned about the dynamic of being like a, if you want to say, like a serf, just to work for lodging. And but I wanted to do gardening, so I became a gardener, right? And did that for another 4 years. Eventually, I ended up in on the Canary Islands, and I got to manage a fruit garden or a market garden for 6 months. Unfortunately, well, I learned a lot about fruit trees in tropical climates, so that was a total win. Animals were there too. There were donkeys, uh, mulch gardening, mulch bedding, bananas, avocados, oranges, mangoes. Love mango trees; they're the best. So I did that for a bit, and then I finally had to say, okay, okay. I avoided getting into the office for so long now. I think I have to do that experience too. So I, with a heavy heart, I went into tech support. Just my life kind of squeezed me into it eventually. So I was running wild all over the place, doing what I wanted to do, but I kind of ran out of runway. It's not that I had an inheritance or anything. I just had no expectations of getting rich, but eventually that ran out as well. There were no more opportunities just falling from the sky. So I thought, okay, let's get back to the tech skills. I was always the guy that my friends asked, can you fix my computer? So I thought, well, I guess that's a job that you can just get into. And so I got into tech support, and from that I got into crypto eventually. Then where I'm at right now.
okay, so you were in Canary Islands probably what, like 2016, 2017-ish, and you were there for what, a couple of years, and then now you were in Switzerland though, right? So you moved from Canary Island back to Switzerland, or not back to Switzerland, but to Switzerland.
Well, Canary Islands was just 6 months, although for me it felt like 6 years, but it really was just 6 months. But it was the best time
Okay.
of my life. Yeah, yeah. I might have made it sound longer than it was, but I did say 6 months.
Yes, you
So
did. You did say 6 months.
I moved back to Germany after that and got into tech support. Um, and that was I got out of Canary Island in uh, right before the COVID hit. So I think this like December 2020. Sorry, no, January 2020. December 20,
Yeah,
2019, right? The event 201. It was November 2019, right? So
yeah,
I looked back, and that when event 201 had happened, I was at the airport getting the heck out of there, and I thought, wow, if it wasn't because of that. Obviously, there were issues there. They were like it wasn't a good situation for me. It was a bad situation. I had to get out, but it was kind of a synchronicity that I just got back into Germany before that thing hit, and everything was just completely locked down. I would have been stuck for 3 years on that island if I hadn't gotten out.
yeah.
That was so
So,
looking back, it was crazy.
yeah, so you went back to Germany, and then you ended up having the German version of the lockdown. Germany was pretty hardcore in the way they were dealing with I mean, like, Germany, Austria, I would say, what, like, Netherlands, Belgium, Switzerland, like nothing was happening, from what
Mm.
I heard. Like,
Yeah,
it's like as if like nothing was happening there. And
yeah.
Sweden was almost the same, where like people were just allowed to do whatever as before, but everywhere else in like northern Europe, it was like pretty hardcore, right?
Yes, in Germany, it was pretty harsh. I mean, I was in Eastern Germany again, so I kind of came back to Eastern Germany because I had friends there, and I like it better because there's Eastern Germany is much more. They already went through hardcore socialism, so they know what's what. They smell the bullshit a lot quicker. Western Germany, they haven't had that. They're still on their high horse and their hubris, thinking the Eastern Germans were just stupid, and that can never happen to them. So it's really it's a cultural advantage for them. They still have to go through that dark night of the soul in one way or another. I hope some have done that during COVID, but many have not, and think they're better. Understandably, that was what they were told. But I was in Eastern Germany, and because of that, people were handling it a lot more. Um, most believed the lies, of course, but the government tried really hard to be very harsh, but the general vibe wasn't as harsh as I had seen it in other places. Though you had to wear a mask in the store, but you could get away with wearing it below the nose, for example, right? In Western Germany, you would have been assaulted if you did that, or at least shouted at, or someone approached you or called the police. It was that happened in Eastern Germany too, but not as frequent. And then in Switzerland, when I came here, no one was wearing a mask at all. Uh, and that was in 20, yeah, I guess 22, let's say, beginning of 22, I came to Switzerland, and it was just no one really cared. No store, no one was wearing a mask. There was some people with masks running around, but no one cared if you wear one or not. It was more like, meh, you do you, which was very new for me coming from the gulag. And also in Switzerland, you have the system of they have referendums, 4 referendums every year, so where you supposedly vote on issues that the population can decide. And just when I came to Switzerland and I thought, wow, this is so much more free and open, they had this referendum. Do you want to have masks anywhere? Do you want to have forced vax? And I thought, oh no, they're just getting to them slower. They're just having to work harder to get to them. So they're probably a bit more stubborn. The mountain people, they also see through the bullshit. Um, but yeah, it never got to that level. It never got to that level. Even they tried very hard, but people were not having it. But there's also the fact that
Yeah. So
Switzerland.
what?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. You could finish up.
I think it also the fact that you have you have Pfizer here and you have Novartis here, and you have AstraZeneca. They all have the headquarters here. So it's like, yeah, yeah, bro. Of course, it's not as harsh here because they don't like to eat their own poison and they don't like to follow their own rules.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So, what prompted you to move from East Germany during that time to Switzerland? What brought you to Switzerland?
I was I was out of the blue presented with an opportunity. Uh, I was helping a group out. I was during my vacation. I was just being very helpful in a group, and then that group needed a person to handle that kind of stuff, and they thought, well, let's hire this
Okay.
guy. So I wanted to get to more south. I wanted to get closer to the equator because I ultimately just want to be gardening year round. So I thought Switzerland's more south than Germany, so let's just do it. I don't like it here. It's people are crazy. I don't know what they come up with tomorrow. Maybe they put me in chains for not liking, for not looking what they like. I mean, it was really bad. So I had no sympathy left, so I just went.
Okay. So you've been in Switzerland since early 2020 too. So for a couple years, like what uh you've been over there. So how you like it there so far? Switzerland. How's Switzerland treating you?
Um, yeah, I'm like in the financial kind of district, and so it's very different from what I usually like. It's not my not the environment I'm familiar with. I'm not the son of a diplomat or anything. So it I had to accommodate what do you say? I had to get used to the unfamiliar environment. I'm still getting used to that. Um, I don't think all of Switzerland is like that, or all Swiss people. But where I'm at is a little bit how you can say that. If you ever been to northern Germany, they take a little time to warm up, and it reminds me of that. I've been living there, although I was very young, but it's a similar vibe. I mean, the North Germans are like, yeah, in the harsh, cold coastal winds. Their collars are up because it's raining and cold wind. They have to be like that. And the Swiss are the mountain people who are, um, being protecting their sovereignty in the mountains. That's their cultural narrative. So, um, but it is warmer in the summer, so I like that a lot. Summer is like Italy, winter is like Germany. So I got some
Okay.
improvement out of it. I like him for that.
Well, that's good. That's good. So let's talk about your, let's say, because you mentioned before that you were quite hardcore liberal when you were going to school, right? And you shook that off. You got out of that. So what to you? Were there any kind of like events that has happened, or some knowledge that you came across that really started to make you question about the reality that you were living in? So let's go down that avenue a little bit.
Yeah, for me it was 9/11, absolutely. Even I was like a conspiratorial leftist, if you will, for a long time, meaning I distrusted the government, I distrusted the history, more and more over time, the more I researched, but I still thought all people are the same and we should all, what they sell in the store is all healthy and we should, uh, well, it's quite complex, but I basically thought I didn't have that kind of male role model and moral compass as much. So I kind of fell into the, let's say, uh, the the whole trap of, you know, non-monogamous social dynamics, which includes, you know, polyamory, uh, and different genders that not exist, and all that. So I didn't believe all that history stuff that I could debunk by looking into it. I didn't have a way to look at this stuff critically because I never had an actual reference. So I was just in the process of building my reference out of my experiences, and that unfortunately, well, fortunately meant I had to go through all of these experiences, go until the absolute bottom, and then come out of it to then know where's up and where's down. So that I was that kind of guy, you know. The this Also been a plant nerd, looking into plants to for healing, but also to change consciousness. But then that also is adjacent to any substance. And in the process of that, I learned about you know, the medical industrial complex, by looking into, well, what can substances do, and what can they not do, and what are we told. Um, like you have the whole recreational drug culture. Where did it come from? Yeah, it came probably from plant use, but it was actually invented by people who didn't have anything to do with plants. They were just chemical companies. So they hijacked the plant healing culture. So I got into all of that, but like I said, I had to be uncritical of the chemical culture first to realize it's not all what it's cracked up to be. And if you go into it too deep, which I did, I saw the people who were even deeper in than me, and they were losing teeth and hair and becoming absolutely raving lunatics without even exaggerating. And I saw them having children, and it was just heartbreaking. Being, you know, acquainted with these people, or people having, you know, transitioning, and seeing how everyone is treating them, walking on eggshells. Meanwhile, they're just ruining themselves. And I was like very close to all of this back in this time, and I got more and more, like, my uncriticalness just melted away every day, and eventually there was nothing left, and it just became, you know, I kind of red pilled myself by trying to be. I tried to be friends with blue pill people, if you want to use today terms, because I wanted to have friends, right? And it turns out in the city where I was at, there were no people who were not like that. It was just the culture. The leftist culture was wall to wall. So at first I tried to become part of that and play along and be a good little, you know, go into the protests against the establishment and against capitalism and against, for the gay rights and whatever, you know, protest every other week. And you just go there because your friends go there. Well, eventually you figure it out and you don't go there anymore, and you realize your friends are all lunatics, and you have to kind of be alone for a while, just bite the bullet, and then hopefully there's better people in the world. But you just get to the point, or I just got to the point where I was like, I'd rather be alone than be friends with these people. I don't know if I will find other friends. I just hope they're out there. Maybe we find each other, but this just doesn't work anymore. And I had a girlfriend, and there was a whole chaotic story that involved this whole culture, let's just say. But um, I just had to flee off. Yeah, I basically fled into the woods, right? Like I said, I fled the city started gardening. I was just like, I was so done with the society and with all this crap. Um, and I had to rediscover that there are other people, and there is not only this craziness.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's no shortage of the craziness that's happening all around the world, really. I mean, so you're not alone in the sense of experiencing craziness, from wherever region that you might be at, because like there are more crazy people than not crazy people. But so like to be quote unquote normal is adjusting yourself to the craziness, right? So it's a kind of a good sign. But you must have been quite young, like you must have been in your early teens, I'm guessing, because I don't really know your age, but I think you must have been in your mid-teens or whatever when 9/11 happened, right? And so that's when you start to question about the reality.
Yes, I was 16, I think. And I went back in the
Mhm.
day. I was just discovering the internet, and there was a message board or website called Temple of the Screaming Electron, or TOTSE.com. And this really, imagine 9/11 happened, and it was 3 weeks wall to wall coverage on the TV, and it was just everything was about that. It was wall to wall. And I tried to make sense of it. And I just wanted to know what's going on, because they were on the TV. They were just saying the same thing over and over all day long. So eventually, it just I didn't hear it anymore, because it was just all the same. But I still wanted to know more, and they didn't give me more. So I started to use the internet. Back then it was like 56K modems and websites. There was no videos, so it was about reading. And so I discovered this website, and it was like a forum basically, but it was a forum that wasn't moderated, or wasn't even everything was on there. There was on there how you cook meth, how you how you build things that go boom, uh, how to uh, how to fly into another dimension with certain tools or techniques, right? It was just everything that you never hear about. So I discovered that. And so that was my starting point, really, to first look into 9/11 and the politics of it and the background. And then from then on, I just explored this thing. And then I discovered more, of course. But that really, that really did a number in my teenage brain, and opened up some pathways. Absolutely.
Well, so we're more or less caught up to where we are now in 2024, and so let's just talk about what kind of stuff that you're into. Like maybe you can kind of tell us what are some major, let's say, conspiratorial information that really start to shock you and question you about your reality. I mean, it's usually kind of a gradual thing. Like for myself, like, finding out the earth is flat. No, I'm not saying that you're a flat earther or whatever, but like for me, that was a big shocker at the time. And that was about 10 years ago. And, most everybody knows that I'm Mandela affected. So that was another kind of a shocker. And we don't have to talk about the Mandela effect per se, because that's a whole little doozy in itself. But I just want to know, from your perspective, what are some of the major conspiracy stuff that really start to shake your reality?
Yeah, so that's a good point. In 2015, probably, I heard about this crazy thing called flat Earth, and I thought, these people must be out of their mind. Are they? What, what are they smoking? They must be stupid. This is so easy to debunk, right? What the heck? So I thought, these guys are just stupid. So let me take this little telescope and two walkie-talkies, and let's take two friends, right? Have a few beers, go out to the lake, and just disprove this thing, and make a video, make fun of all the idiots on the internet. So we did just that. We had a nice summer day, and one guy was at the end, and he had like he was holding up a blanket, like I think a red blanket with a neon green stripe at the bottom. So he was holding that above the waterline, so that you can just see a strong contrast between the red and the green right above the waterline. So that was 20 centimeters above waterline. And the other end, we were with a telescope, and we were like 40 centimeters we had the optical axis of the telescope above waterline. So we had 60, like eye level 60 centimeters, let's say. At max. I'm giving like with tolerances. So we're looking through that, and we were 3.5 kilometers away. So by calculator, that's about 80 centimeters curvature that should be obstructing. Um, well, to my surprise, we saw all of the blanket. Now, back in the day, we didn't have any cameras, phones were not up to the task, and so I don't have any documentation. But I have two witnesses and myself, obviously, and I really did it more for myself. And where I thought, like, if whatever we find out, we can follow up on. Other things happen, and I didn't do that. But from then on, I knew that at least the curvature that is being told is not the curvature that is now that specific lake. Now, if someone wants to tell me each lake has a different curvature, that's fine, they can do that, and I will just laugh at them. But I'm not claiming I know the shape of the Earth because I haven't really seen it. But I have not seen that curvature on the lake, and taking into account a few assumptions you have to make, of course, like water finds its level, and if I do this on one lake, it's true for every other lake. And it's very replicatable. People can just grab a telescope for $60, take two friends and their phones, and do this if they dare to question their worldview, which I don't recommend if you're not really sure. I wasn't sure. I didn't know what I'm doing. I mean, I was always seeking for more information, so obviously I did it. But that was a big thing, big rug pull on myself. We were driving home completely quiet. No one was really saying anything. Everyone was just like shell shocked. We were shell shocked.
Just couldn't believe it, just couldn't. Yeah.
We were shell
Shell
shocked. Yeah.
shocked, yes.
So that
Yeah.
happened, and then
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, what
yeah, um, and well, let's just bank that, right? So I'm not saying I know the shape of the greater realm. It could be a very big ball. Sure, it's possible. I didn't design the experiment for that, but it's definitely not a ball of 12,000 kilometers diameter, because it would have shown.
right,
I
yeah.
So whatever it is, it's not that. Um, Another thing I was always interested in was religions, and then secret societies, which are kind of close. So lately, that is really that's another thing that really I'm still really super interested in, is the whole female and male dynamic, and how that plays into world politics and in the religions and in the secret societies. How you have Jesus and the Mother Mary. You have uh, there's a strong woman behind every strong man. You have these little hints in culture where you kind of get a hint that we get this male in front image, and in a healthy family, it's even the same, right? It's the male is uh, more probably um, the outwardly active one in terms of interacting with the greater world and world affairs, and the female is more involved in internal affairs. And I think someone just hijacked that and put that into a structure. Well, not I don't just think that, but anyway, that's a topic I'm very interested in and looking deeply into. And I'm just saying it finds its natural pattern in the family dynamic.
Hey, David, I apologize, but I'm having a little bit of interference. So I don't know if it's most likely it's coming from my end. So I'm going to turn my camera off for a little bit, and let's just see if that will smooth the conversation out a little bit. Because let's get into it, if you don't mind. Okay.
Okay, sure. What about my camera? Is that can you hear me okay?
I can uh, not hear you. Okay. There's
Okay,
a little
okay.
bit of a
Well, let me turn it off
I don't
then
know.
too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, let's because I was having some issues and I am in the Himalayas and so if once things are kind of back to normal, maybe we'll turn it back on, but just for the sake of the conversation. So let's get back into this conversation about female and male dynamics and everything is kind of interconnected as far as we know and we understand that there is politics that's involved with controlling of mankind, right? And there are secret societies out there, and they have a specific way in which they function, right? And so the nowadays also they're kind of promoting a let's say a liberal, modern, I don't know, transhumanistic type of politics as well to kind of blur the lines of this dynamics between men and women. So far as I see it. So, what is your take on all of this?
Okay, so let's try to zoom out a bit. So when we look at old artifacts, or we look at if we look at things that we can find of aliens, or what is called aliens, some old goddess or god, deity, statues, or inscriptions, in many cases we find that they are depicted as androgynous, which is, I think, a first hint at this whole Baphomet androgynous demon narrative, that it may just be in a recharacterization of external entities, in intruding entities, or just predatory entities. Um, so let's just say, okay, there was a very powerful group of beings that existed here at some point in time, and they were androgynous. And Book of Enoch talks about the sons of the fallen angels mating with the women of humans, and never brings it up again. like, is that not significant? Um, so if that is true, let's assume for argument's sake that they were these entities and they made it with human women. No, I'm not saying they just had a harem and did it for fun. Maybe they did experiments. Maybe they had a lab. Maybe the women were chosen. Maybe they were forced. I don't know. But in any case, it is likely that the women who were chosen, maybe for special traits, maybe for psychic ability or physical beauty or strength or smarts, whatever, they were kept around, and they were just for being able to operate with these entities. They had to be initiated to some capacity into their ways, into their communication protocols, operational protocols, and just they just by the fact that they were interacting with them, even, right, even if they were not initiated, they were more privy to their ways. Even if you're just laying on the lab table and observing something, now you know more than 99.9% of every other human. Imagine being abducted by aliens 10,000 years ago and coming back. Now you're basically a complete, you're a mystic. Yeah, you know more than anyone. So imagine that
Hmm.
happened, and there's a lot of indicators that this did happen. Now these women might have just formed their own organizations because just naturally they knew more. They couldn't talk about it with anyone except with themselves. and might just happen they started leveraging this for power, as humans do usually, if they don't have a strong moral
Mhm.
compass. And since these women there were possibly traumatized, uh, that usually leads to the destruction of any moral compass you might have had. So I think it's likely that this led to the creation of the ancient female goddess cults, as well, that the so-called gods were even half female, and there's indications that they did eat humans and they did drink human blood and they used humans as livestock. So there's an indication of, well, where did this whole goddess sacrifice come from? Right? Maybe they were just the butchers, or they were just the bait, the lure to get the humans into the butcher house. Here's a beautiful woman. Oh, come right in, and then chuck. The door closes. Whatever it is, I think there's indication enough that this whole dynamic creates a scenario where it's very likely that a female priesthood comes out of it and is very powerful and very knowledgeable. Um, there's indications that in ancient times, the the males did not know that they were part of the paternity. They had a lot of myths and sagas that were basically saying the children are coming from the ancestors. Why does the child look like me? Oh, that's because that's from the ancestors. The ancestors got into my body from the god's realm and gifted me the child, right? It's what the females would say. And the sex act was basically a holy ritual, and it was completely controlled by the women. It was a priestly what do you call it, a sacrament, or it was involved with potions and psychedelics. The reason why we now have like the sex and drugs and rock and roll is because that's exactly what it always was. It was a ritual from the priesthood, from the female priesthood, the sisterhood, to control the male, and they didn't know that they were half of the baby making process.
Mhm.
Um, there also some things. I'm sorry, guys, I can't really source you with names of books right now. I'm not prepared for that, but you
It's
can
okay.
find things.
N
I got most of this information from Michael Tessarion, and he's like the guy who's like going through tens and tens of books. So in his Unslaved podcast and his catalog, you can find the stuff and the sources,
Mhm.
or in his articles. It's just if you go to femaleilluminati.com, you find the articles and all the sources you can ever need. Without that's not paywall, so that I guess you can give you that source. But I just wanted to make
Femaleilluminati.com. Okay.
exactly that's the site, and it goes into it, and it's all free content. So now, at some point, the males figured this out, that they were actually respond that their participation in the sexual act was what created children, and that the children were their children as well, that they were their offspring. Before, males were literally treated as sacrificial animals and work animals, and you can see this in ancient goddess depictions, and these cults. You see children and you see males just being treated as sacrificial animals, which is, look at Diana, Artemis. You find some very grueling depictions, and not just these. I mean, all these goddesses. Um, and so eventually the males figured this out, and that, of course, created a big, big problem, because the males were, understandably angry. The females were angry that they were found out because they didn't want to lose their power. I don't know, even in this scenario, what about the outsiders, let's call them? Maybe they just left. Maybe they went underground. Maybe they just stayed in the background and, let their management, the sisterhood, deal with things. I don't know. There's a lot more, theories about that, of course. But out of this conflict of the sisterhood having abused the male for this, And the male figuring this out of this arose the patriarchy. Like before we had the matriarchy, which was quite cruel, um, and the patriarchy arose out of the understanding that they were abused and lied to, and you couldn't trust a female. And this whole thing that we still have today in the church, this whole, the female is worth less, and uh, even why in the Bible you find everything female is pretty much denigrated. And but if you look at the actual sources, what they used to create the Bible and all this stuff, it wasn't. Or I mean, if you go back far enough, it wasn't. And then you find the female was actually the dominant, or at least the equal. But if you the further the closer you get to our time now, the more the female is denigrated. And at some point there was a switch. Like even you find the Mother Mary in the church, which is really just a rehashing of the ancient goddess. But then you have the Holy Ghost and the Holy Spirit and the Son, which are all male, right? So it's there's some weirdness in there that we can still see today in the religious programming. Anyway, this is like a huge topic. I just wanted to give a quick intro and why I was so intrigued, because this behavior of, let's say, traumatized females that behave in this way, we still see this today. And unfortunately, because our world is so traumatizing, there are a lot of traumatized females. And I don't want to say there is no traumatized males, of course, and they behave in like outwardly aggressive ways. Um, but the traumatized female is more problematic because they are also the mothers. So they are the portal for a new life into this world. And that's why they got weaponized, let's say, or at least they are weaponized in our time. Maybe they were from the beginning. Um, because if you can control the portal, you control what comes out of the portal. And the the new life that is growing inside the mother is 9 months in the womb, subjected to all the thoughts that the mother has about herself and about the baby and about the world. For 9 months, you're swimming in infinity without time, and you're subjected to all of that energetically, hormonally, chemically, uh, sonically, and then you come out. And then for the first years, also, you are subjected mostly to the influence of your mother. So it's really, when I saw this, I was so blown away. This was even more shocking than when I found about the missing curvature, because I realized what had happened, what had led to me coming to this world, what had happened with my mom, why the behavior, all of that. This female mom,
Mhm.
this mother, then, and even the whole fact of having children with as a surrogate, feeling alone and having children, or feeling out of control and having children, so you can be in control of someone. It's like having a dog, but it's a it's not a dog. But many people have children like that, and it really comes out of a traumatizing environment, uh, ultimately, but also from traumatized mothers. um, and if it sounds like a chicken and egg problem, but if the mothers were traumatized from the beginning, coming out of a traumatizing cult, even that was also traumatized, then it's not really a chicken and egg problem. It's more like the egg has been tainted for a long time. And I'm going so deep into this because I do want to understand it, to turn this around and eventually have a healthy family, to avoid these dynamics, to 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 um, to not create a situation where this just falls into place again, and the mother is like that again, and the male then is like that again,
Mhm.
and the child is like that again, because this has been going on for so long. So this is that's very close to my heart, this topic, because it's also practical. I think for the world to go on, and there have to be children coming into this world, and as long as this process is compromised, the world will stay compromised.
Right. I mean, the whole cycle of trauma is cyclical, where it just happens over and over and over again. And we have a lot of broken people nowadays. And broken people are easily manipulatable. That's the bottom line, is because they're not only having to deal with their own trauma of their upbringing and such, and then there's of course the programming of the indoctrinated schools, right, which is all structured by them, the controllers. So you
Yeah.
have layers and layers of programming that people have to go through, and if you can, make people believe in some absurd stuff like, okay, flat earth or not flat earth, it doesn't matter. It's just one of many different subjects that
Mhm.
people are subjected to. And people eventually get to a point what I would call conditioned hopelessness, where they just don't care anymore. They are like amoral or immoral, or just don't care. They just need to survive, and they just live for that momentary pleasure. Everything's YOLO, and then that's the only way they can feel good about themselves in a way. So it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with, and only way to deal with trauma is that we have to get out of trauma ourselves. We can't do anything to help anybody else if we are in trauma ourselves. If we are is still in the programming and we still have a lot of emotional, psychological issues that we're dealing with individually, then you are in no position to um, be an advocate or to advise people in any which way, because you have not come out of it.
Absolutely, I agree. Absolutely, and I wouldn't. I would be an absolute hopelessness right now myself after all that happened in 2020 to, I mean, it's still happening. If I hadn't been in this in this culture, this leftist sexual drug culture, I was in my university days, and I had witnessed firsthand how that leads to hopelessness. Right? If I hadn't seen that and was almost drowning in that, and then just getting out into nature, I would be in that right now. So I think you call that black pilled, if you are succumbing to the negative information coming in and having no hope. I mean, I know it's bad, but I do have hope that even one person can change the world by sharing information. If because it's like throwing a seed. If it hits the right fertile ground, it just grows. It can grow in the dark for years, and eventually you remember something someone said years ago in the right situation, and it'll change your mind. It will blow everything away. And I'm aware of that. And even more important, if you meet the right person of the opposite gender and you create a family and a child, that can even, as much and even more change the world, because now you're not just sharing an idea, but now you actually uh, you are facilitating a complete person growing into themselves, if possible, as much unobstructed. Um, because I believe people are coming into the world complete. It's just the controllers know that, and they make sure to break them at every turn. We come in, we get born in the hospital, we get we get we get assaulted right away. We get we get a bloody steel nail into our heel. We get slapped on the bottoms. We are, you know, put under bright light. We are put on a cold dish and put in a box, separated from our mother. Like, we are so brutalized just coming to this world, completely innocent and completely helpless. And then it just keeps going on. We get to get like 50 jabs. We get poisoned, and then we are subject to the programming our parents have been subjected to, and we get abused in emotional and psychological ways. Then we hit the schools, we get abused in that way, we get abused socially, um, and all of this is not just because it's fun for them, it's because for them it's necessary, because they know we come here as superheroes. And but if they don't let us grow into superheroes, they can they can not only stunt our growth, but they can cripple us, and they can pervert our energies, to distort it, and almost like invert it, and and but there is the chance, by sharing ideas and creating a family, to overcome that, I believe. And I think this is why this whole topic is so important for everyone to know. Having children doesn't mean you teach them what you know, whatever it is. If you don't know which of the ideas you're teaching a child are yours and which are just programming, then you are just a farm manager for the state. And your child is just like a cow on the field. And yeah, I think it's just, I mean, I don't want to be too graphic, but it is a sad picture. It's not just a saying when we say we're sheeple. It's because of this dynamic of children being born basically in a zoo by zoo animals, um, out of this unconsciousness. Just because we can't see the bars of the cage doesn't mean it's not a cage. So, but why I'm not hopeless is because everyone has the ability to start seeing the cage and then starting to think about solutions. And I think everyone has seen this. If you put a few people together that really want to find a solution, and they're also really intent and able to see, to criticize each other, give each other honest feedback, and then act on that and discern that, and not just being defensive, things can happen very quickly and get to solutions very quickly. And I think, and because that's always a possibility, I'm still hopeful.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is kind of the crux of the issue of being born and having programmed and having to deal with all this kind of stuff. And I'm sure you've heard about the Vril Society or Thule. I don't know if that's the right pronunciation is Thule. Is it Thule Society as well? During
Yeah,
the Nazi time, right?
yeah. I think they would
And
have
they're
said
all female
Thule.
run. What's
Yeah,
that?
exactly. Yeah.
Thule.
The Germans would
Yeah.
call it Thule Society, but yeah, exactly. There you have the real ladies. Exactly. They are priestesses. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was very interesting because I'm not like wholly familiar with it, but I remember reading because like the one of the ladies, she was I think Russian born German, and they kept their hairs long. They never cut their hairs, but that was like part of the deal. And they were like the conduits to some information. And I don't know how true this is, but they gave information for like the Bell project that was going on in Germany during that time. Do you know anything about this organization and what they were into and how they were structured?
Well, I know there's like these few occultists like von Liebenfels, and well, basically there's a whole chain of occultist mentors to Hitler and Himmler and Goebbels. They were all part of secret societies, and yeah, the real society and the tool society, and it even has some overlap with the Bauhaus movement. There was the Johannes von it's it's an Eaton, I think Johannes Eaton. But anyway, I think what they were doing is they were, I mentioned that I think these sisterhood is actually just the, well, they're not in the open, right? The male priesthoods, the secret societies are in the open, so the sisterhoods are in the background. But I think there's something behind them. And if you look back in time, you always have this image of the oracle, which is a woman with long hair sitting somewhere saying stuff that feels like predicting the future. And but if you look at these these depictions of oracles, you will find there are beings behind the oracle, angels or other beings, or symbolically things that hint at that. So I think it's very likely that they were communicating. They were, like you said, a conduit, that they were receiving communications of what to do to the rulers, to the kings, to the priesthood, and they were then implementing that. To put it simply, right? The aliens are up there in space. The oracle is the telephone, and the president goes to the telephone to the oracle and receives the orders of what to do with the peasants. Um, that's I think that's roughly how it is structured, and the hair is especially interesting because we have very very deeply culturally ingrained that males have short hair. But I know at least
Mhm.
for, I mean, you have long hair, I have long hair, and I know the Vikings are depicted with long hair, the barbarians and the Japanese samurai, native Indians as well. So, and I mean, I'm just saying this so people don't shoot me down right away. But if you think about a lion, male lion has long hair, and a female lion as well. Or any animal, they let their hair grow naturally, and they end up with a certain length of hair, right? It is completely
Mhm.
irrational to think that for humans, the hair would just grow indefinitely, because you see no animal out in nature going to the barber. So it is just very likely that the real girls, that they just let their hair grow to human length, and males never get to human length. That means like the males are permanently stunted in their psychic ability and in their general faculties, because they are told short hair is manly. When in the ancient times, a person who had cut their hair, that was a slave. You would cut the hair of the slave to make him docile. And you have the same thing with the
Mhm.
military today. You cut them the hair when they come in. Um, you have the same thing with monks. Now, the monks give you an explanation why they do that, which I don't buy. But because I think at some point monk orders were military. They were, like they were like defense. They were militia. But that's just my personal opinion. I just want to make the point that long hair in males is natural, and we haven't even gotten to the point where we live in our natural bodies. We are so brutalized and stunted that the females have all these chemicals on their skin. They paint their face. They take all these hormones, and the males, they
Mhm.
cut their hair all the time, and then not even to go into diet, right? But and that's another point. If we in this situation we are today, we actually try to grow out our hair, it might just be that our bodies are so unnaturally impacted by environmental factors and unnatural diets and stuff, that it might just be overstimulated and grow very, it might just grow forever. But it doesn't mean that you have a child and bringing up in a natural environment and let the hair grow out, that it would just stop growing. I don't know. I don't think a human is an infinite hair
Mhm. Mhm.
glitch. So I'm just basically letting my hair grow out because I want to know, one, when does it stop growing, right? Does it stop growing? And then also how does it change my faculties, my mental faculties, my perceptual faculties, and my senses? So that's, for me, is an experiment, but it exactly is coming out of the real, what you mentioned. I saw these photos of the real ladies, and it said, these girls let their hair grow long, and then they could talk. Uh, then they would have clairvoyance and basically have expanded faculties. And I thought, wow, I want to try that. So I'm right now on my fourth try. Before, in every case, it was that my life wasn't stable in a stable situation. So, and it always led to me cutting it off, because if you ever try that, you notice that the longer your hair is, the more you feel your surroundings and the more you feel the emotions of other people. So if you're not in either in, if you don't have internal stability or external stability, you will be very impacted if you grow your hair longer, especially if you have been growing up with short hair and have always had short hair, because then that's your baseline and you are basically only used to that low level of intensity. Um, but right now, it might just stay on the fourth try. I'm confident. So, but I think this is a very fascinating topic. What do you? What's your take on the hair?
Yeah, I would generally agree. Also, like, there's a story in the Bible about Samson, right? And he was able to get his strength through his hair, and that's how he revealed his secret. That's a little bit Mandela affected. I always remember that story as that lady. I've forgotten her name now, but she was the one who ended up receiving that information, and she was the one who was responsible for cutting Samson's hair. But I think the story has changed now, where she orders um, some Roman soldiers to go and cut his hair, and then that's when he was. After that, he was chained up to the pillars, and that's when he brought the pillars down. And in Korea, like quote unquote ancient times, which I don't really know how much of that actually existed, especially, getting into like the whole David Ewing Jr.'s alternate history stuff. But at least they say that the men had long hair, back in the day, all the servants, serfs, the yangban, which are the nobilities. They all had long hair and they kept it like on a knot on the top of their head. So, when you look at the various different cultures, like the Cossacks, for example, my friend, he is of a Cossack line, and they kind of have their head shaved off except for one portion, which they kept it very long, and they kept it, knotted. And these guys were like warriors as well. So you can be a warrior and still have long hair. It's
Right.
not going to affect whether you're a warrior or not by having a short hair, so far as I'm concerned.
No, I just think, I mean, yes. Well, well, I remember about the effect of the hair. I remember the story which really put me on the search, which is about the native Indian trackers in North America, where, and again, with David Ewing Jr., that might just be a story, but it got me into looking into it. That the the Western, the cowboys, basically the white people, came and they needed trackers to follow tracks for whatever, and they were employing Indians for that. They knew the terrain, but they also had something they couldn't find in any white person, even the best ones who knew the terrain and were like veterans in the area. and and some general, uh, I don't know if that happened by accident or it was an intentional experiment, but apparently in the Native Americans, they didn't know about that, but it was discovered because at some point a tracker had his hair cut and then he lost his ability, and that's what got me really interested to look into that. So, I'm not saying they lost their battle ability. I'm more saying they lost a certain level of perception, maybe akin to an animal, a sixth sense, kind of something's coming before you can feel it before you see it, like an intense gut feeling or like a tingling in your neck or something to that effect. I think, if I had to describe it. And for a warrior, it can be beneficial, depending on the situation, to have that or not to have that. Um, you know,
Yeah, it's like having an antenna. You have cats with whiskers, right? And they use their whiskers, and the dogs, they also use their whiskers to kind of feel things out. And
yeah,
hair can maybe function in that capacity for human beings. We don't know. I don't know the science specifically on how it all works, and maybe there's a little bit of a what do you call it, like placebo effect of like believing that long hair can give you extended psychic abilities, and so you have longer hair, and then it gives you some extra sensory perceptions. I'm not sure, but there's lore around this idea. I wanted to go back a little bit to the female conspiracy because, like, this kind of ties in because we talked about the Tool society and the Vril society, but there are other cultures around the world where there are covens, right, with witches and covens, and I had the connection with this one lady who claimed to be raised in an Illuminati family, and she was basically confirming to me that it's the females, and I read this from some other sources. I don't remember exactly what, because I do a lot of reading from this place or that place, so sometimes I'm not very good at keeping a document, or I'm not very good at keeping references for the things that I read. But I remember reading somewhere that it's the females who are like the conduits to the information from the demons, and the males, yes, they are in the position of like a king, and like the leaders, quote unquote, but they're more like the enforcers. And it kind of reminds me of how, like, in India, where they have the caste system, and then it's the Brahmins, the Kshatriyas, who are the warriors, and then you have the Vaishyas, and then you have the Sudras. The Sudras are the servants, the Vaishyas are the traders or the merchants, the Kshatriyas, or the warrior caste, is actually the leaders, right? They are the soldiers and the commanders, the generals, and also the kings in the society. But it's the Brahmins. The Brahmins are the priestly class, and actually,
Mm.
the Brahmins are considered at the highest in terms of rank, in that society. Even though a Kshatriya or a warrior caste will become a king, and that was true with Siddhartha Gautama time, if he actually existed. But that was the story that's given to us, and it seems to be true within the secret society as well, where the women, kind of like the Bene Gesserits, because we had this conversation about Dune and the kind of the parallels that exists between a Dune and what we are seeing in this reality, where the women, or the Bene Gesserits, which is like all female organization, they're the ones who really pull the strings, right? And then it's the emperor and the Sadhukars, who are all males, who are carrying out that order. So what do you think about that?
That the Bene that we have like a similar structure as the Bene Gesserit in June in our world.
Well, like everything that I was just talking about, like, we have like secret societies and the covens and such, and then in these secret societies, it seems to be, maybe it's very possible that it's the women who is
Mm.
operating them. It's the
Yeah,
women who are the ones who are actually in power, but behind the scenes is covert, right?
yeah,
The males, we hear about the males, they're the ones out in the front, and we hear about Jacob Rothschild, or some, guy, and he's a general. We hear about Napoleon, and but they're all like out in the front,
yeah,
right? So that's the external aspect of this organization. But then, with the external aspect, there is an internal organization which is more uh, in control of how things are to be than the external factor, is what I'm getting at.
yeah. No, sorry, I hear you. I was thinking back to the Dune discussion. No, I absolutely think this is how it is set up. It's just I just put the disclaimer of the outsiders in there because I'm not sure that the buck stops with the female priesthood, with the female Illuminati or the Sisterhood of the Snake, or they have many names. But in our, let's say, in our realm of influence and our ability to push back, they are probably the end of the line, right? So even if it ever comes to overthrowing their rule, we would have to ask them where they get their orders from. And then, they say, well, these guys are no longer around. We just go by some old books, or we just go by what's written on the wall over here, or we just made it all up. But absolutely, I think in our world, this is exactly how the structure works. You have, because it is modeled after behavioral strengths and weaknesses of the biology we have. The female is just very good in mediating, but but also good in manipulating. It's just the let's say the positive side of this ability, and the negative side is you're good at deceiving, and the male is just good at um, let's say pacifying in the physical world, and the in the positive sense, or fortifying, defending, and in the negative sense, he is good at conquering and attacking in the physical realm. So I think it makes sense that the structure is also set up like this, because the female is more working on the internal, and being very familiar with the internal dynamics of the psychology and the emotions, because the first community we have is with our mother. The first relationship everyone has is with their mother, and so by that fact alone, that means mothers are relationship experts, because they have to navigate our irrational behavior when we come into this world, being completely blind and not knowing where up is down, and they help us navigate, and through that they learn about themselves. That's the natural way. And so they become experts at that, while the male is becoming an expert at defending this, let's say, sacred process, and uh, creating an environment where this can even happen, right? Like a protected garden for the seed to grow. And so if someone was to take over a world where he finds this dynamic, he would just naturally select the females as the background managers, and the males as the frontline enforcers. That's why I think it makes just a ton of sense. Apart from even physical, right? Of course, the males are physically stronger, but the
Right.
point is that the females is is mentally, emotionally more, has more range of experience, and so they have more ability to leverage that. So I think that's really the crux.
Yeah, and let's just kind of lay it out for what it is. I mean, men and women are different. We're designed differently. Yes, we are both human beings, but the way our brain operates is different. Our physicality is different. Sure, there are like a lot of overlapping qualities for males and females. There are always going to be exceptions, but you know. The women, they are the ones who bear children. That's a definition of a woman. They're the ones who can bear children, and they're the ones who are going to be of influence. And I don't know, I don't 100% agree, let's say, with like Jungian psychology or Freudian psychology, but some aspects of it I do believe is to be kind of true in terms of the formation of so-called personalities, right, or archetypes.
Yeah.
A lot of it is already developed at a very young age, before the age of 6 or 7 years old. You are basically who you are at that point. So, like, if the
Yeah.
mother is the one who is bearing children, and they're the ones who is going to be um, an influence to that child, well, that has a tremendous, effect on that child and how that child is to be, because your personality or your core personality actually does dictate quite a bit about who you're going to be and how you're going to be in this world.
Absolutely. Absolutely. um yeah, yeah, you said it. We're different, and that is a strength, not a weakness, and it's nothing to be ashamed of, or to feel one has to adjust to some external ideals. That is the tragedy of puberty, but it is also the coming of age, and the journey that you have to go through. That you notice how you're different from everyone else, and it's on you to grow into that strength. And the issue we have today is we don't have strong female role models. We don't have strong male role models for the children to rely on. And feel secure in that identity that their body nudges them towards. Instead, we have these distorted caricatures of men. We have an Andrew Tate who runs like basically an online harem and a cult with a Jewish rabbi hypnotist in the background to tell men what masculinity is. And we have a Taylor Swift and a Lady Gaga doing satanic rituals on stage, hanging their tits out all the time, and the whole Instagram and OnlyFans culture telling women that is femininity. And so I am very much, I have a lot of sympathy for the kids today, because if that was the level of manipulation that I was subjected to at that age, I probably wouldn't have made it. So these kids today, they must be very strong. And for everyone who makes it, I applaud them. For everyone who doesn't, well, that's tragic. It's a massive task to go through that brainwashing and come out the other end and still be a man or a woman. It's really, really tough. But yeah, it's such a massive trial by fire. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, there is a kind of an idea of what we call like a divine masculinity or divine femininity, being a divine masculine or feminine, being, well, first of all, just being an honorable individual, whether you're a man or a woman, is probably a prerequisite. And, having some sense of morality is a prerequisite. So, having some sense of what is up and down and left and right and what is right and wrong, good and evil, is a good start, right? And abide by these rules that one come to understand that is actually falls under the category of universal law, so far as I see it, is a pretty good start, and continuing on with this idea of being a role model, a genuine role model, which means, you exemplify that which you are preaching, whatever that may be. Don't be a hypocrite. Be true to your word. Say what you mean and mean what you say. So these are all qualities that we can look up to for any individual, really. Instead of this, Andrew Tate, this fake masculine types, archetypes who are being presented out there, fake female types who are being presented out there, and yes, all these simps who exist in the world, who give their money and energy and time and attention to women on OnlyFans. I mean, like OnlyFans would not exist at all if if the men did not give their money away to them. Simply put, if there is no demand for such content, then such contents wouldn't exist, right? It's the demand that actually drives the supply. Okay, so like when there is enough men and they actually adhere to their principles, who would make money as Instagram models, right?
Yeah, I totally agree. It's two sides to that, and let me assume the role of an OnlyFans product manager, right? So, let's see, because he has to know what problem is his product solving, and he has to present that to investors in a sound way so they see it works. So the people at OnlyFans, they know all what we're talking about and more. They know all about male female psychology and birth trauma, because that's they make money from that. So the way I see it is, the female, they were like fatherless. Either their father was not there, single mother, or the father was emotionally unavailable or abusive. But they have a negative image of a male for some reason. Maybe the mother added to that by putting males in a bad light, she might have had her reasons, had negative experience herself, or, same thing, father was this, that, or the other thing. So first thing for the OnlyFans model, they don't have a problem abusing males for personal benefit. That's the first part of the equation. And so they can just, without any unscrupulously, go out there and exploit males. The second part to the equation is the customer, the male who, um, oh, okay, yeah, let me put the camera back on. So the second part of the equation is, of course, the customer, the male. So why is the male even paying for this content when everyone knows in 2024 that porn on the internet is free and has been free for the past 20 years? It was even free when there was 56K modems. It was free when I discovered the internet. So why are the men paying for this? Well, because the males, on the other hand, they didn't have a mother. They had a mother, but she was not available emotionally. So, or she was neglectful, or she was emotionally abusive. It's the same thing that happened to the OnlyFans model, that she was given a negative image of the male from the mother. The male was also given a negative self-image. I know that from my mother. I was told all my life that males are absolute trash, males are just pigs, males are not worth anything, women are better. I was told this all my life. And I kind of had to work hard to convince myself that's not the case, but it's a problem because I'm a male. And if I have that kind of self image, I fall into this, what you mentioned earlier, this trained hopelessness, because I see everything being shit and feeling myself, I don't have ability to change it. So I just jump off the next whatever, right? So the customers are basically males with a negative self image, and the OnlyFans models are females with a negative self image of males. So it's a perfect fit. To exploit that, you just build a platform where they can exploit each other and you make money off of the fees. So, of course, it's not just the OnlyFans models, and it's not just the Sims. Well, actually, it's the mothers. Because, sorry to say, but we all came out of a mother, and not to put the blame on all the mothers, because they are embedded in a bigger structure and they are subject to a lot of programming. I mean, the mothers are the most targeted uh, group of people because of what I'm saying, because they're the most, you can get the most leverage out of targeting the mother because you get to control both sides. So the mothers are also the most powerful group of people in this world. And now with that comes the most responsibility. They are the most powerful. They are the most targeted for that reason. And they have the most responsibility to protect that power from being abused by others or by themselves. So I think it comes back to the mothers, and you know, it's no one wants to talk about that. It's like a taboo to even say things like it's because of what my parents did. People calling you a victim. But don't say it's because of your mother. I know you're the uber victim. But technically, everyone came out of a mother. So, you know, on the one hand, the mothers are to blame. On the other hand, we have to look at what happened there. And more importantly, what can we do to change that dynamic? Because there's mothers right now maybe listening, and there will be mothers in the future, and they need to know what to do to turn this around, because they are in the like they're in the line of fire from the programming every second.
Hey, David, I think I lost you. Let's turn the cameras back off again. I apologize. I think there's some issue with connectivity. So, yeah, sorry about that. Can you repeat the last sentence that you said because I got disconnected.
Sure, sure, no problem. So I was just summing up that while it might be hard to hear when I say the mothers have the ultimate power over this world and to change this world, it is also a very big opportunity, because it means that realizing the mothers are the most targeted group and are under the most pressure of programming and attack, it also means that they have the biggest responsibility, to educate themselves, to choose a partner that supports them. I'm not saying they have to do it all alone. I'm just saying they should make choices, keeping that in mind, that they hold literally the future of the human race in their hands, um, and make responsible choices. Not throw it away, not becoming a fun girl, or you know what I mean. There's so many ways to throw away that responsibility, and then it is very hard to take it back. I think you then there's this whole topic about the red pill and hitting the wall and all that. I think, yeah, I mean, it's a big topic, but I'm realizing, well, I'm angry with my mother because I know she made choices, absolutely spiteful choices, and took things out on me, where I was just a male child. I didn't have anything to do with what other males did to her. I understand, though, the dynamics led to that behavior, and I think education about these dynamics is probably the most powerful thing that can be done to prevent that in the future, to basically counter the programming. And yeah, I hope this reaches some women and some females to think about this, the power that they hold, the responsibility that they hold, and the amount of change that they can affect.
It's gonna be a lot of work that needs to be done with society in general because, like, we didn't get here just by accident. Like, all this trauma is, I think, very much deliberate for both males and females. So they're kind of, like, bouncing off each other, and this is part of that divide and conquer tactic, as far as I see it. And obviously, people need to uh, deal with their own trauma. And I think a tremendous amount of healing needs to be had for humanity to really see clearly, for them to be able to see clearly what is happening in this world because it's very complex. There's a lot of rabbit holes and a lot of twists and turns, a lot of deception that's been, um, put out there really to confuse people about what this place is really about. And if you or anyone or whomever, if anyone cannot really, stick um, to the narrative, right, and then really be steadfast, right, be steady and balanced about their desire to want to know what we're dealing with, then they have no choice but to be lost so far as I see it. You're not going to just accidentally, come to a conclusion about the nature of reality and what this place is about without effort and some determination to want to know for oneself, in my mind, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So while everyone has to go through their own, you know, valley of the dark soul, there's a life hack to that. So you all noticed that whoever you follow, whoever choose as teacher or as mentor or as a source for information, you notice that none of them have it all figured out, and that includes me. And everyone has their blind spots. This is just a symptom of us having traumas. We all have areas where we just don't want to look yet. So realizing that whoever you take info from is going to be incomplete. So that means, um, okay, you could say, okay, just look at 100 people, right, and take. And then, well, okay, well, if you look at 100 people, my brain explodes because now I have 100 times more to sift through. And how do I even know which is true and which is not? So that is why for children, it works like this. We have a, um, let's say, okay, I can more talk about the male. So okay, so there's the female role model, right? And the female role model probably demonstrates to the child that kindness and understanding and not being too how can I say this, like, well, not more like an inner harmony kind of categories of skills, right? And the mother just doesn't freak out all the time over little things and just stays a cool head even in the face of a lot of stuff going on, right? And the child just sees that and is immersed in that and starts to embody that. It becomes part of the child's being, and we call that learning, but it's much more. No, and that is just that's the role model. That's the hero ideal in psychology. That's now if the child has a mother who can do that, it has a female hero ideal, a working one. And then there will be a big immunity against programming and manipulation just from the mother being able to do that. Now the father will will demonstrate the ability to overcome external threats and external challenges. And just from the father being able to do that, and the child being immersed in that and observing that and seeing that as normal, it will normalize for the child also that everything can be overcome and that I can do it. And even if I don't make it on the first try, it is still possible. So for the parents, all what good parenting is, it means to be a proper hero ideal to your child. It means you are the heroes to your child in your respective areas of expertise. Now, I'm not saying it always has to be like that, like someone in the chat said there's female and male aspects, or rather like, sorry, masculine and female aspects. And so, of course, this can, be overlapping. I'm just saying in general, this is what it means. If the child has these like original heroes in their lives, then it is very much immune to programming. And okay, not everyone has that. We covered that. Now, you can find comic books, heroes there. You can find, cowboys and Indians or detective stories, the samurai, the Sherlock Holmes, the Superman. There's many heroes out there.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear
Did you
me?
cut out?
I'm not sure. Did you hear what I said about the
David?
hello, hello?
Okay, you're back.
Okay.
Last thing I heard was cowboys and Indians.
Oh, okay. Right. I was just giving examples. So there's many types of heroes out there, right? And ideally, the parents give the child access or don't deny the child access or curate the child's access to other hero ideals. For example, if you only give your child books that it is a space alien and should cut its arms off, it's probably not a good idea because the child will embody that knowledge and become very confused. And similar with other
Mhm.
similar books, or cut their legs off, or or just like be always hold the right arm into the air and never do anything with the right hand. If you put a hero like that in front of a child, it might just completely confuse it. I'm just talking about the pattern because you can extend this to, there's a lot of crappy books that teach children stupid things. So if the parents are unable to curate the content because they don't themselves have the hero ideal, run into problems. Now, this is just for me to define what is a hero ideal and why it is important. now to the point of we are going through our side, our dark well, our dark valley of the soul when we are adults, and we no longer have, we maybe didn't have these parents who were heroes to us, or just, not in all areas that we would have needed, and we didn't maybe have those hero ideals. Now we can intellectually understand this concept and search out heroes. For, why is Bruce Lee so loved? Why are the Ip Man movies so loved? Why are the Chuck Norris movies and the Steven Seagal movies? I'm talking about male now because that's where I'm closer to, obviously. Why are so loved? Because what they represent, or Karate Kid, they are so loved because they represent male
Hmm.
hero ideals to boys and children who had a real deep need for that, and they they just went there because they felt that's what they needed. And fortunately, at the time, they were around, and they're still around. So in the same way, we can navigate this with teachers. So if you have a if you try to run a marathon, you don't go to a trainer who has never run a marathon, for example, right? In the same way, you can't go to a teacher who has never shown any implementation of what he's talking about. If someone talks about resilience and overcoming, and they have never done that, it's it's no good. It, just move on, right? Uh, and in that way, we can navigate the sea of mentors and teachers out there. I mean, at least that's how I do it, and I think that's how I rationalize it, because I understand the hero ideal principle. It makes a ton of sense. If I look back in my life, I have always seeked out male heroes because I had a big need having no father in my life, so I really needed to supplement that in some way. So I looked at movies, comics, books, what have you. Um, and I do it the same with teachers right now. Um, so, male teachers, female teachers. But I think this is really important because now we have a generation that's catching up on their knowledge that they didn't get from their parents, because the parents weren't heroes for reasons we have gone over. And now they need a way to navigate all these other teachers out there and the mentors. And there's many of them are just grifters. They just want to sell you this or that. And we need to know. And also, we need to know what is a good fit for us, because what is a good fit for someone is not a good fit for someone else, because they have different blind spots and different deficiencies in their experience, in their, what they didn't get uh, immersed in, let's say, from the parents. So also to keep that in mind. But I think there's a way to navigate this journey that you mentioned, and it has to do with, yeah, finding resonance to people, but also keeping in mind you're looking for heroes. You're not looking for someone who can talk smart and nothing else. You're actually looking for heroes because you're trying to become a hero. You're trying to become heroic, which means the ability to overcome challenges. That's what we're all looking for, because we have been programmed they were just little victims and peasants.
Yeah. The thing about the whole hero archetype, I guess, and why it's so attractive for, both men and women, I suppose, is that they have this sense of like power and control, and everything is like, I don't know, they overcome these challenges, and maybe it's a kind of a projection that the individual may be going through. Like people do like these archetypes where they're able to go on that journey and overcome challenges and become quote unquote successful. The issue with all this hero archetype thing, for me anyway, is that not every men can become like 6'3", six pack. Like this like kind of I don't know, like a template of what is expected of being like a male role model. And I think what's important is just, we are all designed very differently, and we should be okay with living within our skin. I'm never going to be a 6'1" guy because I'm 5'10", and no matter how much I may want to be 6'1" or 6'2" or 6'3", I don't. I will not become that because unless I go and do surgery and extend my legs and arms and spine or something like this, something crazy. Yes, that can be done, but like, really, do I want it? No. And I think what's important for people is that they should be okay being who they are. You're not going to be a genius. You're not everybody's going to have 160, 150 IQ, 140 IQ, or whatever. Or not everybody's going to be able to, uh, do 1,000 push-ups and stuff like this. Like, and then you're not going to be a kind of person who's going to be perfect at everything that you do. We all going to have plus and minuses, and we're going to fit in somewhere in the middle. And you have to be the hero of your own life by taking responsibility, abide by certain code of conduct, as an example. And trying to be the best version of yourself that you can be, in my opinion.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and this is especially important now that the controllers are targeting children, and I mean teenagers, but even young children and parents with telling them they're a different gender. It's really tragic, I think. No, when I say hero, I mean overcoming challenges, which can be any challenge. Uh, it just means not giving up. That's all it means. Doesn't mean I don't mean it in a sense of you're being a gym nut or a buff muscular guy. It just means doing the right thing, like you say, not giving up, which is heroic, right? Of course, the hero ideal is depicted in this way because that's how we want to look up to it. But also, uh, let's say a Solzhenitsyn, who came out of the Gulag and wrote about it extensively, to me is a hero because he he didn't give up. Or a Schiller who wrote about the Inquisition and other things about injustice. He wasn't a buff guy, but he is still remembered as a hero. His writings have inspired people to be also heroic. Or a Goethe. Well, you can say many things about him, but he shared a lot of wisdom still. So I guess he took some risks for that. I don't know, but people who only write books can be heroes, no problem. The the thing is the intent behind it and the pushback you face. I'm sure there are many people who wrote books who have been threatened to not write them, and they still wrote them. And people have been killed for writing books. So it's not different if you're just a muscular, buff guy uh, and you beat someone up in the street. That doesn't make you heroic. It just makes you a muscular, big guy who beats someone in the street. But if
Right.
you, right, but overcoming a challenge that is a threat and not giving up in the face of adversity, that is what makes you heroic. And being okay with yourself, with the way you are, that's the first step to that, because that puts you then in a position to then finding out, well, all right, I'm okay with myself now. What can I do? What are my strengths and weaknesses? If you're not even okay with yourself, you have to get to that point first, and then you can go on the journey finding out what are you good at, what are you not good at. In the beginning, this will more look like finding out what you're not good at all the time, from feedback from life and feedback from other people. And one shouldn't let themselves be discouraged by that, because that's just how it is. You collect the negative feedback. It is discouraging. I know that. I'm also not a big buff guy, and I had to learn a lot of things that I'm not good at before I realized the things that I am good at are actually some of the things that I thought are weaknesses, like being slow and thorough and being verbose about things. um, depending on the situation, can be a weakness, of course. But in other situations, it's exactly what is needed and what is not readily available. So that's also something to think about. Be okay with yourself, and then collect information. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? Um, for me, it's very helpful. It was very helpful to adopt a neutral perspective as much as possible, meaning not to try to get too emotionally attached. I mean, it doesn't. It happens anyway. You know, if something hits you in the right spot, you just jump up and you scream and you have a fit. That just happens. But being aware that not to try to put more oil into that fire is always helpful. It's been that way for me, and that way you can try to keep a mostly neutral composure, and it puts you in more in the driving spot of your life, because you're able to observe more things going on, and you collect more of those. Oh, this worked really well. Was that because of me or because of this other factor? Let's look at it the next time it happens. Or, oh, this went went down really badly. Let's look at why that is. Was it because of me, or was it something else that happened? What are the factors involved? So, like a neutral outlook, and I guess you call it detachment, but I don't like that word, because it's not actually detached. It's more of a. It's actually it's more of a being more intimate with the experience. Um,
Mhm.
yeah,
Not to jump to conclusions, I guess, too quickly. I mean, like, these
exactly.
words can have their
Yes.
way of kind of confusing people, because to be detached means like having no how would how would I say, like, having no like feelings about it, no thoughts about it. You're detached.
Yeah.
You're like almost completely aloof. And of course, we know that we care about the subject, whatever it may be, but not to react quickly about it. Like, so that detachment becomes like having a step back or two, just to see what's going on, without and then allowing uh you to respond to it appropriately, I suppose, is what I would consider detachment is.
Yeah, maybe this other guy, I think it was Eric Fromm. He, maybe not. Don't quote me on that. He termed the term care, which in German is Sorge, which is caring for. Let's say it's the care for the, well, life at large. Let's say the experience you're in, the other entities involved, your own experience, your own well-being, the care of the world. So he termed that care, and he meant it in a way that, if you care for everything, you're also not taking sides, but in a very intimate way, not in a detached way, right? If you're detached, you also have the same level of care for everyone, but it's just you don't care for anything. It's just zero. But if you care for everything, it's also equaled out. It's balanced. It's not biased, and you also ever able to observe. But the difference is that you actually care for everything, and you are looking for the optimal outcome, instead of just looking for the least outcome, or let's say the least outcome that affects you. So I like that word better, because it is more close to what I see happening in nature. Just very simply, um, if you look at nature and you see the trees and the squirrels and the mushrooms, they're not all detached, although they don't all care for each other specifically, but they're just all part of the whole fabric and tapestry, and they're just going with it. I think that's what I come back to. It's a good reminder for me, thinking of a forest or any habitat, or any biome. and how it works very harmoniously together. Even when contention arises within it, there's a certain harmony, and it is just very elegantly woven together. Um, I think that's because the entities have in some way instilled this care into them, although they don't know it. And the cool thing is, we as humans, we can know it. We can also decide not to know it and just ignore it, which makes for some interesting dynamics.
Yeah, absolutely. Can we maybe change the subject a little bit because I do want to go into it before we start running out of time. Let's talk about scientism a little bit and share, what you have learned about it, what you know about it, what you think about it, all this kind of stuff. And there's some other things that I think we should probably try to get into a little bit, particularly with David Ewing Jr.'s, alternate history line as well, if we have time to get into that. But let's start with scientism. What does it mean for you? What does it mean by scientism?
Um, well, I guess if it comes down to it, it's a religion like many other, or actually it's a cult like every religion is. Meaning you have a shared set of language, clothing, lore, scriptures, worshipped saints, uh, nomenclature, or language. I said that, and history and artifacts and events, right? Or this lore. So if you look at scientism, you have all of that. If you look at Scientology, you have all of that. If you look at Christianity, you have all of that. Judaism, Islam, you have all of that. So, at the core of it, scientism is just for those that don't like the other cults, which are, the mostly the males who are looking for direction in life. They go to that because it looks like a strong foundation to stand on, because seemingly the world is built on it. So it's very attractive for a male that is looking for direction to go into scientism. I know, because, where I mean, it was for me, and unfortunately, I had to find out that it is not as solid as I thought it was. So it is just a
It's
cult
the
in the
biggest
end.
religion.
It
It's the
is.
biggest religion in the world, actually.
Yeah.
It's much bigger than Christianity or, Islam or Hinduism because everybody in the world seems to agree. The academia and the scientists, in lab, and they have their own priest class. They call them, we call them professors, so-called scientists. But
Yeah.
it's really just a lot of it's superstition, actually, what it comes down to. They're passing superstition onto the people and calling it the truth of this reality and all this, and people buy into it, and they're like, "Oh yes, it's scientific. It's very logical." Why? Because the experts, and they've spent 12 years getting their PhD and got their doctorates at Yale University, and now we have to just bow down to them. And if you want to be one of them, you have to go through their indoctrination system and abide by their rules, right? And then you can maybe become a professor and pass on further falsified information to the public. That'll be your job. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, totally agree. I, I mean, I, I kicked myself out of the scientism cult when I did the experiment on the lake about the curvature. I mean, that was me. Yeah, that was me starting to have serious doubts. But when I really left it completely was when the controllers were putting trust the science on blast through all the channels. I mean, science has nothing to do with trust, first of all. And second of all, science, real science. I'm talking real science in contrast to scientism. Real science is just a method of inquiry. It's not a thing. It's not a cult or an institution. There is no the science, right? Science just means following a certain methodology of inquiry, which is iterative, which means I make up a statement and then I test if that statement is true, and and then I've either it's true or not.
Right.
So if no one can contest my statement in any way, then it is true for the time being. It is never absolutely true, because only one person has to come along and shoot down my statement with proof or conclusive logic, then it's gone. So there is
Right.
no actual definitive truth in science. That's how it works. Now, I'm not saying there's no definitive truth in nature. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. But in science, there definitely isn't. Because in this method of inquiry, you can go to Google right now and look up a flow chart, scientific method, and you will see it's completely iterative and there is no endpoint. So that just makes it a tool, and people dishonestly turning that into a cult by saying you have to trust it. That was just so revealing to me. I mean, I guess I knew it before I saw that, but it was still shocking. And the most shocking thing was that people didn't get that. That people were just literally touting this thing in your face. Why don't you trust the science? Like, why don't you believe in what I believe in? Why don't you believe in God, you unbeliever? Why don't you believe in my science? It was the most shocking to me was during the pandemic was just how I didn't know how un how naive people were. I was really shocked by that. I guess I was naive in thinking they were much farther along.
Well, I mean, they do spend a lot of time and energy and money to indoctrinate people to give them a false sense of perception of this reality. Even if the Earth isn't flat, it's definitely not what they've told you it is. And what is this whole scientism about like space and going to space and all this like astronauts and stuff like this? They spend millions and millions of dollars per day. $60 million just goes into the coffers of NASA alone. Of course, a lot of it is like laundered and stuff, but I mean, obviously, they are, and they're giving you like a a space shuttle that went to the moon back in the 60s that is like made by eighth graders, and then we're supposed to believe three men lived there and went to the moon 240 some thousand miles away and back on that little thing. I mean, it's just craziness. But the thing is, most of the people in the world believe it.
Yeah, absolutely. It. I just remembered I wanted to because we talked about tools from others. I mentioned that before, and I'd really want to share
Mhm.
what helped me and what I know I will go back to is the site dragonmother.org. Is also by Michael Tesseron, where he breaks down all the psychology I try to give a little intro to, and it has a lot of articles. He also wrote books on it, but it really goes into the terrible mother archetype that we that causes the issues we talked about, but also goes into the dragon mother, what he calls a dragon mother, which is the empowered, strong mother who is like a dragon. I mean, it's like how you go into the forest and you see a female bear with cubs. You don't want to mess with them because the bear will turn into a dragon, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
That's a well-known fact. Don't mess with mother bears with cubs. Like that's the last thing you want to do. She'll go crazy.
exactly. So I wanted to share that side because it really paints, it shows the path of to navigate to that, so you don't, so to become a dragon mother, and why people are terrible mothers, and the whole dynamic basically lays out what happens if you're not a dragon mother and why it happens, and it really helped me a lot in understanding my past, with my family history, my mother, her mother, the grandmother, up to the war. If you look back, you can see the patterns repeating, and knowing why these things happen, it helped me a lot um, to having real to really want to not repeat that, but also to knowing how to not repeat that. Because usually if you just go into it and you say, okay, I don't want to be like my parents, and you just do the opposite. But that just might not be enough if you're not seeing the bigger picture. So I really wanted to share that side. It helped me a lot. It's still helping me. Yeah, for everyone interested in looking into the whole, um, let's say, wholesome motherhood um, perspective. Of course, it's written by a man, so it's, I guess, from a male perspective, but he incorporates mostly female psychologists, um, I would say. So it's just he is just collating the info, and I can completely recommend it. He presents people like Melanie Klein, Anna Freud, uh, um, and I forgot the other two.
Yeah. Um, are you there? I'm not sure if I lost you again, but
Yeah,
I'm
I'm still
sure the
here.
feminists. Yeah, okay. The feminists will probably go a little bit crazy of the fact that how dare any man would talk about the female psyche and write a whole book about it. Like, what would they know about the female psyche? Because they themselves are not a female and have not gone through the female experience. How dare he?
How dare he, indeed? But for the feminists, actually, he Michael Ciceron actually came to this whole topic through feminist literature. He was a film critic in film school, and he was trying to critique and understand gothic horror movies, and they are just so full of female archetypes, male archetypes, and dynamics that he went into the feminist literature to understand the female perspective. And so he's funny enough, he's coming from that, but he also discovered the dissident or moderate voices in the literature. So, for example, there's this book called Women's Inhumanity to Women, which is literally impossible to get a paper copy. It took me 6 months to hunt down online and offline. And if you read that, that is written by a feminist, Phyllis Chesler, and she has gotten threats. She has gotten canceled. She's gotten like the whole 9 yards. But she's literally a short, red-haired feminist. So it's not about being a feminist. This is an agenda that is just anti-human. And if you're a feminist who goes against the agenda, you're just as much a Nazi as everyone else. So check this book out if you wanna see what a feminist is saying about how women treat themselves, and you will
Can
you
you
know
can
you
you repeat the name of the title of the book one more time?
oh yeah, so it is Women's Inhumanity to Women, and it's an analysis of contemporary and historical practices and events and just behavior of women in all parts of the world, from literature, from firsthand experiences, and from historical documents, of just how it's not only the so-called patriarchy that's giving women a hard time. And the valuable thing is it is written by a completely red-haired feminist, and she also went into other topic like the uh, basically, yeah, like female psychopathy and how it shows and what are possible causes. So I'm not 100% on board with everything she says. I'm just bringing it up because um, even in the feminist literary movement, this is known. They just don't want to talk about it. But some of them have been brave enough to write about it. I would consider her a hero, for example, for writing a book like that. She she got so much shit. She destroyed a whole career by writing this, but she wrote other books as controversial as this one. So I don't know. She's, I guess, a hero feminist, if you want to put it like that.
Well, other feminists might say that she is a self-hating feminist and not a real feminist because no
Absolutely,
feminist would
absolutely.
dare expose feminism as something terrible because feminism is about women's empowerment and we live in a male patriarchy and male chauvinist pigs should be put into their spots, and without feminism we would not be progressive in in the way in which we are handling modern society now. So we have a lot to thank for the feminist movement because without them, we would have a lot of male patriarchy dominating and doing all kinds of horrible things to women. Subjugating them to the kitchen, right? Making them make sandwiches,
Yeah.
things like that.
Yes.
It just
There's
would
like,
be a terrible world.
oh man, there's a word for that. So if you are, no, they found an explanation. So in feminist literature, if you are a feminist, but you speak, like, you even bring up that women are not always the victims, but can sometimes be actually the perpetrators. If you bring that up, it is explained by the fact that women are immersed in the patriarchy and it has rubbed off on them. So it's the man's fault.
Well,
That's just, I
of
think it's
course,
funny.
it's always the man's fault.
It's funny. Like, of course. But never mind. This is yeah.
Yeah. So we have a little bit of time left, and we're going to move away from maybe scientism a little bit because we know scientism is a thing, and it's the biggest religion out there. Really, what it comes down to, and all you have to, I mean, like if the last 3 4 years of what we had experienced collectively speaking, in terms of lockdowns and stuff like this, and you didn't really wake up to what was going on and wake up to the greater um, reality of why it happened the way it did. I'm not sure what the chances are. I'm not here to tell you like what one should believe, but we should be questioning the governments and the pharmaceutical companies and CDC and WHO, you name it. Question everybody. Question me. Question David. Question everybody. But we should be asking these questions. Really, how everything kind of happened the way it did, and you know, uh, like they're all following protocol. But like for me, to understand actually why things are happening the way they are now, we have to kind of rewind the clock a little bit, and go back in time and think about history because history is another lie. We've been told a lie about where we come from and how the world came to be and all this kind of stuff. So, do you want to go into that a little bit, David?
So in terms of history, false history, yeah.
Yeah,
This is,
false history and, alternate history, whichever direction that you wanna go into.
yeah. So this is, yeah. This is awesome. This is a great. Thanks. Um. Yeah. So first, let me say, questioning and asking questions, questioning your own convictions, questioning where they came from. That is also heroic. So don't let anyone tell you you're whatever they want to call you. No, that's actually very brave, because it means uh, going to your own foundations, possibly stumbling and having to get on again. But anyway, for in terms of history, yeah. So this ties in for me to the whole missing curvature thing because it puts me, yeah. So, well, I questioned my own convictions and it threw me off. So now I'm floating. I don't have any ground to stand on. I don't know what shape the earth is, right? I know what it's not. So I'm thinking, okay, well, there's different scenarios. So I can look at everything now with complete flexibility. It's just a thought experiment at this point. I mean, I can look and the Earth looks flat if I look at the horizon, but does that mean it is flat? Could be a big ball. Who knows? So I found, of course, there's many people, books, and then there's like the hollow Earth and the convex and the concave Earth and the inner Earth. There's many theories. For me, since I didn't find curvature, I'm still more inclined of thinking about the more lands, external lands, or infinite Earth, infinite plane idea, without knowing if it's true or not. But just it just seems more probable with what I do know. And I found things that. Okay, so getting back to what do we actually know, right? So I think we look at the historical artifacts, also incorporating David Ewing Jr. We can for sure say that there are cyclical events, both in nature and in governmental systems or civilizations. So, right, we see civilizations rise and fall, and uh, we see nature presenting cyclical events. So we have when we dig into the earth, we have like layers of all charcoal, and then we have a bunch of sand, or right, we have like something burned and then didn't burn, it was colder, whatever. We see huge petrified trees. We see things are cyclical. And I found a very interesting fellow called Claudio Nocelli, and his channel is the Nos Confunden YouTube channel. He's in Argentina, and he presents an interesting mixture of flat Earth, more lands, infinite plane, and cyclical. Uh, he incorporates, mud flat and reset, and just cyclical cycles. So what he is presenting, and it also overlaps with David Ewing Jr. and to an extent with Michael Tesseract, which is why I found it very interesting. So he was basically the intro would be, there are outsiders in our realm who are literally coming from outside, who have conquered it with their extensive knowledge of psychology and our biology, who have done, you know, have done adjustments to our biology in the past and maybe are still doing so. And they control the environment completely, meaning the temperature at every point of our world, 3D, so every height, every location, and they are in control of the ice ring if there is an ice ring. And so they're basically also the gatekeepers of who gets out and who gets in. And whenever the awareness reaches a certain point, they reset the whole thing. So they just basically unleash a terrible weather event that kills everyone, but maybe even more. Maybe they have some kind of plasma technology that just vaporizes people, because for some reason we find these orphan train phenomena where
Mhm.
7-year-old children were not vanished or did not vanish. So some weird stuff going on. Um, so he describes a system like that, and like the configuration being outsiders being in control of it, and he describes a bigger dome outside of this dome, and there are many other lands outside in the greater dome. This is the guy, if you ever researched maps with the flat Earth, you will find this one map where it has many different circles and worlds. And that is exactly the guy who he made this map out from information from outside allies. So he was saying that before the last reset, there was an expedition of sailors who were part of the Civil War Navy in the US, and they made it out. And they ended up in the in uh, they ended up basically at an island outside the ice wall and found like the humans of from the last reset cycle. And it's super intriguing. I don't know. I had a good feeling reading this stuff, and it has a lot of overlap with other things. Like Rudolf Steiner is talking about the root races. Um, a lot of esoteric, Gnostic, and occult literature has overlap with this. Um, but yeah, interestingly, it just completely blew me away because he describes other worlds, and it feels half like an sci-fi adventure story, and but it also feels very visceral. So I got his books. I'm looking forward to what he will present in the future. I think he has a good source. Again, I don't know if it's true, but if I had the chance to go on an Antarctic expedition, I'd probably take it, just to see, uh, just for a chance for something weird to happen, knowing that probably nothing will happen because it's a very controlled environment. But I'm very curious about that, and I think these cycles of history, so everything being so fake, and that's where also with Tutai and David Ewing Jr. I think he mostly is able to look back to the beginning of this cycle. And so he's basically saying, yeah, everything is fake. And he's trying to make assumptions about what is before, but he doesn't, as far as I'm aware. So, Nachiketa, you know more about the last four presentations he did. And I think you're much more up on the books. But my understanding is that he is not going past that wall of the last reset because he can't find solid
Mhm.
stuff on it. Is that true?
Yeah, so this is just my and look, like everything I say, I just take credit for myself. Of course, I mean, David Ewing Jr. is the one who is doing the interviews with Raphael, whom we had on here about a week ago in the same panel. Raphael is the one who is operating Act Like You Know 26 channel. And basically, I have listened to all of David Ewing Jr.'s interviews from three different channels. Raphael's is one of them. Andreas is another one. And then there's one more channel called Endgame Islam, where they've interviewed, and I think David is has been interviewed a few more places, but like those are the three main ones where he has David Ewing Jr. has had multiple appearances. And in my personal opinion, I think Raphael has the best David Ewing Jr. material. He is a little bit difficult to listen to because he speaks very fast, David Ewing Jr. And then he also says, "Yes, yes," a lot. And then, he just says, what you call it, So like he's just constantly talking. So it's
Yes.
really difficult to, like just keep up with the material. But if you listen, and then if you listen carefully, there's actually a ton of information in there. Not only in these presentations, but in the books that he has written. And David Ewing Jr. was gracious enough to share some of the books with me. So I've been going through them. I've read, I would say, 95% of the books. There's 20 books in total, and I really have like one or two more to go. So, long story short, because I think it's important for people to go and check that material out themselves. That the Renaissance was, what we know as Renaissance is the time period in which the priestly class, the church and their business allies, as David would put them, they took over and they start to alter history, right? So the Renaissance was like 500, 600 years ago. We would call that 15th century, 16th century. And again, it's a little bit confusing because like people veer off because like what they're doing is they're adding time and changing timelines and stuff. So it's like trying to go backwards and trying to put all the pieces together. and they're constantly doing cover up work, right? Of the lies. So it just becomes lies upon lies upon lies. And to get to the core of the issue does require a lot of forensic work. Everybody follow me so far, I hope?
Yes.
Yeah. Uh, so, like David, as far as let's just call him Ewing. Ewing does not go back before the Renaissance too much because he himself does not know. There's just too much information that's been covered up. But all of the information that's been presented to us, just no different from the flat Earth, cosmology, where we first began by testing the globe and them telling us, "Oh, it's a globe. It's pear-shaped and it's wobbly, and then it's going around and spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and it's like revolving around the sun at 66,600 miles an hour." Blah blah blah. The sun is 93 million miles away, while we have crepuscular rays. So all these things are presented to us. That's the same truth about history. The truth has been presented to you, given to you by the controllers, and once you start poking holes into it, you realize it's not what they told us. So we are more or less uncovering the lies first, that it's a lie. It can't not have happened. It could not have happened the way they mentioned it. And then you dig further into it, and then you start to try to fill in the spaces as much as you can. But the problem is, they've burnt away a lot of information. They stored away a lot of information. They've just covered up a lot of information. So trying to make a perfect picture of what happened in history is almost an impossible Herculean task.
Yes, that is true, and that means they locked it away, right? So the Vatican Library, for example, is just the most public example. Who knows how many warehouses are underground, fully climatized with information? I think there's a big opportunity. Like, for example, David Ewing Jr. is, as far as I understand, coming from business families. Let's say he was like in a elite boarding school,
Yep.
so
Yep.
he is probably part of the nobility, the aristocracy, the maybe the pharaonic families. Pharaoh. So I have looked recently into um, Sean Ross, who is running the channel Guri, Hatzefratz, Homeland Security, and he is a whistleblower also from the pharaonic families. He was brought up.
Hmm.
Have you heard of him?
Yeah, actually, I've been following him for a number of years, and yeah, I'm familiar with him. He was in Switzerland now, but I think you mentioned before that he's on the run. We don't know exactly where he is, but yeah,
Right,
he talks about the police and Switzerland, and the pharaohs have all moved to Switzerland. And you mentioned in the previous discussion about the vertical and horizontal ruling system, right? And that's what
exactly.
Sean Ross has talked about. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So he exactly. So he's talking about the basically the pharaonic elite and the families being behind the layer of money and wealth managers and enforcers we call the I don't want to even get into that in this conversation, but what everyone says, they are in control, and then below that we have governments and intelligence and all that. So now the interesting thing is these families, they are probably living through the the cyclical cataclysm, because they're the same as the Masons. So if you're in the family, you get to be a 33rd degree Mason right away. You don't have to go to the peasant ranks. The peasant ranks are just to create some distance between us and them. So it's basically the same as in all these orders of the Garter, Knights of Malta, Knights of this, Knights of that. Um, so they they are, for lack of another term, they are the male Illuminati. They're the priesthood. They're the male priests, right? And then we have the female priesthood, the female Illuminati, the sisterhood of the snake behind them. So, but they're all related. So they are in this structure. So if they are really the farm managers, let's say, of the outsiders, then by necessity they have to be um, they have to make it alive through the cataclysmic, just through the cyclical cataclysms. So that's why I think they know. Maybe their job is even to be, timekeepers and record keepers. Probably if you run a farm or if you're commissioned to run a farm, if you're a farm animal, it has been bred to be a little smarter, and you're then given the job to run the farm, and your reward is to get all the other farm animals that you want, get them to do what you want, and get more food and better food, and and your job is to keep records and make sure the farm runs smoothly for when the boss stops by. So I'm absolutely positive that these families have this knowledge in their possession as far as it pertains to this realm, and the higher ups maybe have some interfacing information about interfacing with other realms, just so they have the proper protocols of in engaging with the outsiders. They don't they don't do anything stupid that gets them killed when they step in front of their boss, basically. And Sean Ross talks about some of that, and he's from the family, and of course it got him exiled, it got him almost killed, he got tortured in prison, and he's exiled from Switzerland. Now he's living in a tent, running around South Europe, and still creating videos out of a tent. So it's not that this is something to make fun of. It's that serious. So I understand everyone who does not whistleblow while being part of the family. But at the same time, I think the families have this knowledge, and no one else than them can confirm the hole poking. So we can poke holes all day, and we will, and the thing will have more holes over time. But every time an insider comes out and blows the whistle, like either in the case of Sean Ross, the way he is doing, or in the case of David Ewing Jr., the way he is doing, that will really also give it a boost, because they can corroborate or add information to something we can only guess at. So I think that's really important to keep in mind. Just like, for example, Albert Pike, or the Mackey, the Masonic Encyclopedia, Albert Pike or Manly Palmer Hall, they made all this information public, and you still have to read it with a discerning eye, but it still gives you a framework, right? And so, um, interestingly, yeah, I think the families, I don't know, those in the families that are just, that don't want to do this anymore, that are looking for a way to get out of this, because ultimately they're also trapped. They might think they're better, and they might think they're in the better position, and they're like the genetically better, and they're the hybrids or whatever they might think. And because of the trauma they grow up in, because I think it's a brutal world in the aristocracy, they might have a very low empathy profile. But ultimately, they're
Right.
just in the zoo with us. They're just zoo animals like us in this scenario. So ultimately, it is in their best interest to end this whole situation. And I'm sure there's many in there in these families that are trying to come up with ideas to make this happen. It's just that this is probably a powerful enemy, these outsiders. You can't just, and also it's an issue that we have been bred so stupid that we just witnessed during the pandemic. If you just tell everyone what was going on, well, what would happen? It would be chaos. So it's it's not so simple, right? It's a conundrum.
Yeah, no, it's not very simple. And like, if you really look at the kind of the amount of people who is where we are at, and not to put ourselves on a pedestal, it's not like that at all, but like really we are in the minority, and we are in a small percentage of the population who is very much interested in the truth, we're spending a lot of time uncovering what this reality is about, and the kind of information that David Ewing Jr. is offering, through Raphael and through other people who are actually all in the search for the truth, is very radical. Just as radical as like flat Earth cosmology, just as radical as Mandela effect. And I think, to me, when I first came across this information, it actually blew my mind. And it actually, because I already was aware of the Illuminati, and I was already aware of the Jesuits and the Freemasons and all the different secret societies and such. But it puts things into a better focus for me about, and Islam also. I never really considered it, like, I was never a big fan of any religions in general. I didn't really care for it. I never called myself a Buddhist or a Hindu, even though I studied a little bit in those religions, and I read the Bible a little bit, but I never called myself a Christian. Was not raised a Christian. But David is basically saying that the war is being waged against Islam, right? And the Quran specifically. And the whole reason for the existence of the Jesuits after the takeover of the during the Renaissance period is because they wanted to convert Muslims to Christianity, And
Mm.
so then you have this thing about the Inquisition, the so-called Spanish Inquisition, which didn't happen only in Spain, but it happened all over Europe. It happened in America and Canada. It happened in South America. It happened in New Zealand and Australia just as well. So the thing is that we have some mo- uh like picture of, oh yes, those people were archaic, and they were barbaric, and that was many hundreds of years ago. And but the truth of the matter is, everything that we know of the things that have happened have happened much more recently than we've been told. There's 1,000 years that's so-called missing, and all these like languages that start to appear out of nowhere and said, "Oh yes, we were asleep for 1,000 years," and Greek and Latin
Yeah.
and ancient Hebrew. All these languages, they were asleep, and somebody packed it away. And then during the Renaissance period, we just you know uh, found all these textbooks and found all the scriptures, and then there was a kind of a revitalization of these languages that's been lying dormant for 1,000 years and nobody used them. How? How
They
is
were
it
just
possible?
under the dinosaur bones.
Well, yeah, that's another rabbit hole with the whole dinosaur bones, coming out of China, right?
Yeah.
And they're all paper maches, and who knows what the hell they are. But I certainly don't believe that dinosaurs, as they are presenting it, ever existed myself.
No, I don't think there's. I mean, there's this thing, the ancient trees phenomenon, right? And if people haven't seen that, I think that's what got me into the topic at the time, by Wake Up Human, a Russian guy, and the thing was called "No, there are no forests on flat Earth," or "Forests on flat Earth," or something to that
There
effect.
are no trees. There's no trees on flat Earth. I think it's something like
Yeah,
that, or maybe no
exactly.
forest. But I think it's no,
No
yeah, no
trees on.
trees on the flat Earth.
Yeah, but you will find it either way, because this thing has been deleted pretty fast back then, and but there have been a million re-uploads because it's been so impactful to people's lives. So if you haven't seen that, do check it out. It's a treat. Seeing that for the first time, the guy is doing the Russian, the English dub with the Russian accent himself, but it's really worth it. You can find a lot of redubs in English as well, and that got me to look at mountains differently, and volcanoes and plateau, table mountains and Devil's Tower. And you look at that, you go, that looks like plant fiber. If it comes down to it, uh, Giant's Causeway looks like
Yeah,
a cut, hemp fiber or something. So, and then you think, well, what technology or what natural phenomenon turns plant fiber into stone? Okay, well, then you go, right, now you have these weird rock formations all around the world that look like big elephants or big crocodiles or snakes or lying peoples, right? So you think of giants and monsters, and you go, well, how did they turn to stone? And then you have you have you have stones that look like bacon, right? We call them achat, or I don't know what's they called in English, but basically you can go into this. I mean, I really want to do that. I don't have the means, but I thought about it the other day. Going into these, let's say, these stone formations that look like lying giants that just lay there, and go into there and drill into there and find the bacon layer, or find the fucking pineal gland, find the some organ, right, that you then will be able to differentiate by their makeup. For example, the kidneys should have nephrites in them, right? The liver should have a certain porous structure. So no one has done that because probably, you know, the tinfoil hats like us, they don't have the means. But imagine if that happened, the uproar. Because I thought, actually, how is it that all these aristocrats know where the gold is, where the silver is? I don't believe one for 1 second that they just send some surveyors randomly and just find the gold. I think what is happening is they know where the giants died and where they lay, and they go there and they just basically excavate their pineal gland or their whatever organ they know the gold accumulates, and
Mhm.
and then they just call it a gold mine, but it's not really. But they know so much more than us, it's ridiculous. So that was
Well,
just
that's why they call it veins, like when they go gold
exactly.
digging into the veins, right?
Yeah.
Like we have veins, and Mud Fossil University goes into that as well because he and there's another channel, I've forgotten the name at the moment, but he also goes into the titans and the giants. There's one famous one of an island where it just looks like an elephant, like a skull of an elephant. So we do accumulate gold within our own bodies, small little bits of it, and it does kind of stack up. If you die, like heavier metals will go down and get collected into different parts. So there is a thing called monotonic gold that people can consume, and silver is also colloidal silver. These are medicines, right? So we do have metals in our body, in a very minute form. But imagine us human beings being like 100 times bigger, and imagine how much gold that we would actually have in those.
Right.
Yes, stellium 7. Thank you, Forjax. Yeah.
Yeah, stellium 7. Raphael told me about stellium 7. I haven't dived into his work, but I've seen, like, just from the titles, it's exactly up that alley. So yeah, I think yeah, gold veins and all the stuff. I mean, yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought there, but that blew me away. I just had this thought and thought, hey, if if we look at a gold mine, and then well, if one were to do an investigation, right, they would just map out gold mines and silver mines and gemstones, um, and see what stone formations are around them. Just like reverse search, instead of searching for stone formations, just go from the from the mines, which we know. Just like we don't know what Devil's Tower was before, we don't know what turns into stone. We can assume that what turns into achat, gemstones, was flesh before, or meat, or flesh, fat, skin, who knows, layers. And who knows what turns into gold and silver? Maybe blood, maybe who knows? There's this thing, maybe you heard about the UMO alien transmissions. Maybe not. It's rather niche.
I'm not familiar with it. The UMO alien transmissions. Can you explain more of what that is?
Yeah. So the they were, I think, in Spain or the UK. They were there was a communication that people living out in the countryside received by letter and telephone, and they categorize it and collected it. If you look up UMMO letters, you find a whole website that goes into and categorizes it. They present a completely new physics paradigm and basically unified field theory and many other very intriguing things. But I wanted to point to a specific thing, to this gold vein thing, which is they explain that the pineal gland has crystals around it naturally, and that is what connects it to what they call the oversoul. So basically, maybe some people have maybe read by Val Valerian the Matrix books, Matrix 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and he describes also this like oversoul concept where if you meet someone and you have a déjà vu, you're basically meeting another aspect of yourself. You're just walking around here in the physical and you're just having experiences, but you're remembering yourself when you see them. If you meet a friend or a good friend and you feel like you've known them forever, it's the thing that you're both connected to the same oversoul. It's like family. And anyway, the Umu transitions describe the physical mechanism of that, which Val Valerian doesn't go into, as far as I know. And they say there's these crystals around the pineal gland, and they are transceivers. And it's not out of the possible, because we know there's crystal radios, right? Crystal transceivers. And so they say you have these crystals and your scientists will discover them in the next 20 years. So that was like 1982 or something. So they already probably have discovered it. I think I saw even an article a few years back that, crystals around the pineal gland do something. So discovering them and understanding what they do are, of course, two different things. So for now, it's fringe what they do, but it is known to science. And so my point is, we all know fluoridation of the pineal gland, fluoridation of the water, fluoride making docile, where the reason is it's making docile because it's cutting us off apparently from this connection to the oversoul, which we call the intuition, the inner guidance, voice, God, whatever you might call it. And so I'm not saying there's just one oversoul. In this framework, there's like many, right? It's like extended family, and a creator is like way, way above that in that structure. But anyway, what I'm trying to get to is, sorry for being so long-winded, is, well, that's probably where the amethysts are, or the crystals. If you excavate a giant and you get to the pineal gland, you should find crystals and some calcium around the pineal, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And like when they talk about like giant causeway, for example, they explain it as, a volcanic eruption. Yeah, volcanic eruption that's became cooled down, and then it's just somehow formed hexagonal, like honeycomb type of structure. Like, it doesn't make any sense what they say. That's also true
Yeah.
with Devil's Tower as well. I mean, that just looks like a giant plant. I mean, if you just add more to it, and there are a lot of other mountains that just look like they're just completely cut off. We don't know how, because those lines, it's like all. It seems like it's almost like done by a laser. Like not even a chainsaw could make those like perfect lines that might have cut these trees down back in the time. And these trees must have gone up. If we imagine these plants must have gone up miles above us, like like crazy heights.
Yeah. Yeah, a few years back, I discovered the J Dreamers channel when he was very fresh, and he was using these
Mhm.
backgrounds of like these trees and the purple sky. I guess that's also what Archaics is talking about, the vapor canopy. And he had these like awesome trees, and people were living in these trees, and everything was just misty and purple. And the air was so electric that you could basically everyone could do what we call now magic, right? Because it was just plasma effects, and it was just very possible because there was more energy density and more electrical fields effects were just more common, um, compared to now where we basically live in the dried out barrel of the bottom of the barrel. Yeah, so this kind of magical tree world, I don't know, it all is these scenarios are somewhat disjunct. Archaics, for example, he talks about all being simulated, but then there's like an alternating vapor canopy vapor world, and there's like the dry world, and then it's like dry not dry, like magic not magic, or as far as I understand it. I haven't seen all of his content. And then there's like the Nos Confunden, Claudio Nacelli, who's not going into detail. He's basically saying, "Oh, they just let us create a new civilization to extract value again, whichever way they want. They seed some technology and seed some governing principles, and then they govern us. And they decide on a whim what kind of environment they create. Maybe it's cold, maybe it's warm." Archaics is talking more about a more structured environmental pattern because it's simulated, so it follows a pattern. David Young Jr. doesn't really go into that because he's more the kind who goes by what he can see and let's say it's so-called touch. Yeah, so I'm undecided on that. But interestingly, we see these stone artifacts that that endure through the cycles, which apart with the fact that there are cycles, I think the strongest evidence that we can look at to figure out more, to look into the past, and apart from getting out of the ice ring, I guess. But that seems harder. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, not that I know archaics material too well, and most everybody in these YouTube streets who are part of the so-called truth community are aware of archaics, and he has become quite a big content creator. A lot of his lives have like 500 to 1,000 people attending them. Obviously, most people know about his, uh, I guess, embarrassing past, and he has definitely spoken about it, about the mistakes that he has made and spending 25, 26 years in jail.
Yeah,
I'm not so keen on his material so much just based on some I'm confused. Let's just put it that way. I can't say one way or another. I'm a little bit on the wary side if I am to be wholeheartedly honest about what I see with him and what's going on with that channel. Yes, there is a lot of popularity with him. Yes, there are a lot of people who are within the truth community seems to be on board with what he has to say, but he talks about the simulation, and he's kind of talking about like another reset event that's going to happen, I think 2042, something like this. And the errants are the people who are going to I really don't know. I'm not a big fan of this idea of us being hooked up to a simulation machine on a spaceship. Allegedly, I think he has mentioned that. I'm not claiming that it's a whole presentation. And the idea of the AI X, or the artificial intelligence X, that is causing the reset phoenix phenomenon, and
yeah,
creating and altering, and that's his explanation to the so-called the Mandela effect. I'm not really on board with it, all of that. Probably not even half of it, to be honest. So I'm a little bit, yeah. I don't know about this guy. I never
yeah.
knew him.
No, I think you gave a good intro actually to his content for anyone who's interested. They can look into what the heck you just talked about. But I think it's a good intro. I am also not super into him. I think there's some issues. I just take it like I mentioned before, like one of many sources, because one thing he does have going for himself is that he has looked at the patterns of events through history, just like Fomenko. So he has strong overlap with Fomenko, and that makes him overlap with David Ewing Jr. Um, it's just his conclusion that I don't agree with. Then again, the Mandela effect favors his conclusion more than a purely, let's say, emerging uh, world. But who knows? The issue is we don't know what we don't know. So it could just be what he calls an AI. It's just how this environment works, and who is to say what does even artificial mean? Um, so if we create something in our environment, is that artificial or is it natural, right? If you zoom out far enough, it's natural. But from our perspective, it's not artificial. So, but I agree with you. There's some, I have an issue with what I perceive as some kind of flip flopping on his material sometimes. But I'm so little into him that I could just be completely not deep enough into it. But I take issue with that it is so deep, right? That I'm like more the guy. I prefer to collate things and break them down to simple denominators to then take that as a springboard and jump into the deep. But if I don't see a simple springboard, I'm not going to jump into it because I think it's a waste of time. If someone is unable to make a springboard, I'm not going to jump into that pool. I'm sorry. So it's like that. I have tried to build my own springboard on his stuff, but haven't been successful so far. So I put it on the look at it later list.
Yeah, so like I I tell you, like I've been involved with the Mandela effect since like end of 2018. Really, my journey began at the beginning of 2019, and been quite heavily researching that subject for a number of years. I got kind of burnt out by it. I couldn't come to any conclusions. I think a lot of people are looking for the key to, wanting to solve the Mandela effect. It's a whole nother bag of worms, really. It's because you're talking about like supernatural, altering of reality. But I'm not so much in a position that my take on the thing is that yes, I agree that Mandela effect is real, is actually happening. There are things that we cannot really explain, but that doesn't mean everything is a Mandela effect either. Like of all the changes that we can experience, it really only represents less than 1%, probably less than 0.1% of all the things that can change are changing. So something is happening there, but I haven't heard any explanations that I am satisfied with. Maybe they're satisfied with it. Some people believe it's the demon. Some people believe it's God. Some people believe it's a combination of us manifesting, collectively speaking. Some people believe that we are in assimilation, and because we're in assimilation, that we can have these physiological, supernatural changes. A lot of those things. Some people believe there's time travel involved. I don't know 100%. Only thing I can say is that it's happening and it is real, but I have not come to any conclusions about what it is exactly. Now, having said that, that doesn't mean like all of history is a Mandela effect, or or even half of the history is a Mandela effect. I think there's a lot there in terms of like cover up is concerned, lot there in terms of programming that is concerned, that because like for example, like the flat earth is not a Mandela effect. As far we were already living on a flat earth cosmology. It's just that for 100 years or more we've been taught and indoctrinated, and we're just starting to, because of the internet and because people are talking with each other and because they're sharing information and people want to dig to the truth, that they have uncovered the fact that we've been programmed in this particular way about heliocentric cosmology. So it's not a Mandela effect to me. It's just that we're uncovering the cover up, so that doesn't make it a Mandela effect as an example.
Yeah, I think the Mandela effect can be clearly defined in that something happened, and then you, in the future, you look back at the physical artifact that indicates that it happened, and it is no longer in the same state as it is in your memory, and which that could just be you being coming senile, but additionally, many other people have to have the same thing happen. And that's the Mandela effect, if I understand it correctly. Or even finding recordings of people saying things or pronouncing a certain name a certain way, but in written artifacts or print or something, it's now written different, or a logo, right? So that's even now we even have two sets of recordings suddenly for the same thing, not just people's memory, which could be explained away. So it's really weird. Um,
It's very complex subject, to be honest, because like when because you're talking about map changes, lyrics changes,
yeah,
writing, text, like we're talking about like novels, the title of the novels, like Portrait of Dorian Gray changed to Picture of Dorian Gray. It was never a portrait of Dorian Gray. So there are a lot of things that is affected. Movie lines have changed. People's speeches, like you love me, right now, or something like that. These like speeches that have been altered. Events seems to be altered. So
yeah,
there's and they're retroactive. It's not like it's one thing for like a Volkswagen logo to change from no line that is separating the V and the W, that it used to be all one line, and then somebody in the corporation made a decision, the board member, and say, okay, we're Volkswagen, and then maybe people don't see the V and the W, so let's put a line there as an example. So that's a kind of a strategy and a consensus on that logo change. And after 1980s, it became it went from the old Volkswagen logo to new Volkswagen logo, as an example. But that's not the case. It has always been the Volkswagen with the dash or the line between a V and a W. You look back in the history of Volkswagen, and every once in a while you can find an anomaly, or what we call residue of the original Volkswagen logo. But all the videos and all that we can find about the Volkswagen has the dash in it from the very beginning.
yeah. No, I mean it is complex. I saw this. I just figured out how to join chat, so I'm just gonna post this in chat if that's okay. This statue of the thinker. Um, oh, I can't do that. Well, anyway, there's the statue of the thinker, and it's sitting on this block, and it's resting its head on the chin on his fist, or
Yeah,
actually on his
the thinker. Yep.
the
Yep.
thinker, right? Resting the chin on the bent
On his knuckles. Yeah.
on his knuckles, right? And and apparently it was resting its head on his fists earlier. So weird, because
Yeah.
if you look at that, it's just natural that you connect your hand to your forehead, because um, I think it's something like grounding and walking barefoot. It's electrical. Your head is over there, your frontal cortex, your frontal lobe is over there, and your hands are also like a conduit. And so, what the
Yep.
hell has your chin got to do with it? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So I think this is almost seems like just in this case, not talking about all the Mandela, but in this case, it seems like almost a troll, like a distortion of something that makes sense and is trying to tell us something, but they they had to, you know, tweak it a little bit so it doesn't make sense anymore, but looks almost the same. It's like a shit sandwich. It still looks largely the same, but they edited out the actual important information that was encoded in it, right? It's like they hollowed out the code and they kept the appearance. So I don't know if that is what Mandela effect is, that they just hollowing out the encoded information, but in this case it seems to be, to me personally, I get, that's what I get from looking at that. um, and when I try to reproduce the pose, I'm like, yeah, I don't even remember how it was or anything, but if I try this pose and the other pose, I feel like the fist on the head, there's something there, and the the chin on the knuckles, that's actually painful. I mean, if you do it like for a
Yeah,
longer
it's
amount of
really
time,
awkward.
it
You
makes
know,
no sense.
that this
But
pose now,
yeah,
yeah, like it's awkward the way the guy is sitting, and it's like I think his elbow is actually on the opposite like leg, and then it's like he's leaned over. Everything about this pose now is completely awkward. Like, how can you think with that kind of pose? You're like in pain after like a few minutes of like trying to stay in that pose. But look at this photo right
yeah,
now that I'm presenting. I've shared this photo before. Most people within the Mandela Effect community are aware of this photo and other photos like this, where you have the thinker posing with eating a knuckle sandwich, right? And then you have somebody who is posing next to it, right next to it, you know, and they're supposed to be copying, right? Allegedly copying, we don't really know. And then she has the fist to forehead. Why is she not eating a knuckle sandwich just the same as the singer statue? And there are other photos like this. This isn't just one. There are other photos where people are like this, So this is really weird, right?
yeah, it is weird. What like I come back to the movie Dark City, and when I think about the Mandela effect, where you have these and Dark City really it goes back to what we talked about the female priesthood and the whole female Illuminati and the outsiders. So there's the presentation Priesthood of the Illies by Michael Tessarian, which is like a 5 hour or so presentation, which is really recommended.
That's Yeah, that's
And
a that's a book actually written by Jordan Maxwell, The Priesthood of the Illies. Yes.
yes, so Jordan Maxwell wrote the book, and it's a loose collection of from all over the world's cultures, scriptures, and traditions and records, and collating together, trying to collate together all the occurrences of where this priesthood of the Illies or the Il or the El or the Al Leon, Allah, and so on, right, appear. So Jordan Maxwell did a great job, of course, with that. And Margaret Saran took that and built on that and took it a step further, made a presentation, and tied it in with his work on catastrophism, cyclical catastrophes, and psychology and the female Illuminati, right? So he tied that in. So it's if anyone knows the book, absolutely check it out. If you don't know the book, also check it out because I have the book, and it's to me the book is hard to read compared with the presentation because the book is more like a collection of things where you can just look things up, and the presentation is more of a a common thread. So I'll try to find the link. I'll post it because I can recommend it. But my point is, Dark City is almost the movie. Dark City is almost like a condensation of how this priesthood manipulates our society, and the way they do it is everyone falls asleep at night, and then they come in and change memories and change the how the world looks, change buildings, change how the families are composed, take someone here, put them over there, change the memories, switch everything around, and then the next people wake up the next day and they just live their new life. They don't know what happened. Maybe they went from poor to rich, maybe they went from ugly to beautiful, whatever. And it's just amazing because it basically describes the Mandela effect. If you haven't seen that Dark City movie, go check it out.
Oh,
But you
it's a cult classic. I mean, like, I mean, I talk about the Dark City all the time, and
yeah,
some
okay.
people even have theorized that the Dark City, the protagonist in that movie is the pre-runner to the Matrix. It's
Yeah,
like a before Matrix. Because they talk about how the Matrix is a sixth iteration of such thing, and then just some fan theories out there. But when they are injecting the needle, right? They inject it right into your forehead to your pineal gland, right?
yeah, yeah.
To alter your reality.
Exactly. It is very deep. Um,
Yeah,
but
it's a great
if you
movie.
know the movie, if you love the movie and you know the book, Priesthood of the Ilies, I'll post the link to the presentation here. So I think That's probably awesome for your audience to check that out, to tie some things together and give more sources to what we've talked about.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I would say a lot of the people who come to my channel, it seems I cannot say 100% it, but they are pretty up to date about a lot of the information that we are sharing in terms of flat Earth cosmology. I mean, I have spoken about that a lot, and a lot of people I interview are so like these are the topics that I tend to talk about a lot here, which is like flat Earth, Mandela effect, conspiracies and alternate history type stuff, which falls under the category of conspiracies, but also the flat Earth would be it. So falling under the conspiracy and Mandela effect as well. So basically, all the conspiratorial stuff that we can think of, and try to deep dive into all these rabbit holes that we have found ourselves in. It's just that you know, there are dead end trails. There are misinformation out there. There are people who are, I would say, gatekeepers and or shills who are very good at mixing the truth and lies and give a very good presentation. I have no studio. I have no, funding for the things that I do. Everything that I do is like my own research. I go, every day I'm reading something. Every day I'm listening to somebody who are talking about this kind of stuff. But some of these channels, they seem to have like, a pretty good presentation, which like brings in the crowd because people like, you know, nice editing, nice visuals, and all this kind of stuff, which I don't really do a whole lot. It's just me and other people talking about this stuff that we're interested in. So that's kind of where I start to uh, differ, let's just say, from some of the other bigger channels.
Yeah, I had some problems with Michael Tesharon as well because uh, he likes to make fun of the flat Earth, which is fine. I think his work is valuable enough that I can let him do that. And also, he has cognitive dissonance in that area because he's literally saying things about the flat Earth community that he, in other presentations, spends 4 hours explaining psychologically, very deep, how scientism does these things, right? So I don't fault him for that. Not everyone can go into every topic. And like I said earlier, we have our blind spots, but if you watch his material, you will figure that out for yourself. You'll be like, okay, he has a blind spot here, but he has other valuable stuff here. Doesn't necessarily mean, in my opinion, that he's a shill,
Right.
because the stuff that he does present feels genuine to me. It's just he has areas where he has big blind spots, and I don't go for him on these topics for an authority. It's just I need to have other sources, and I have to have my own authority intact to know that. So if I come to Michael Tesharon and become like a fanboy, I'll probably take longer to look at flat Earth myself. But that's on everyone else. That's what I mentioned earlier, right? To find that authority in yourself and find a way to navigate all these people out there. Some are grifters, some are honest, some are just not, some are just where they are at that point. And but a big red flag now if we talk about it again is like if someone is talking about the same things for 10 years straight up, you can just stop listening to them because that's not humanly possible. For someone who's honest, they just learn every day, and even if they will probably change it in 10 years, right? So, or in 5 years, you know what I mean? So there's people that that still talk about the same shit that they talked 20 years ago, and they haven't added anything to their repertoire. And I think those are much more likely the shills than the people who talk about something different every day, but it just adds on top of what they talked about yesterday, and that just builds. Or they just come out and say, I was wrong here. Actually, it's a little bit more like this. Or, actually, if we zoom out, it's like this, but also that, right? So I really have respect for people who can come out and say, I was wrong. I learned new things, and let me lay it out for you, because that is being open, that's being vulnerable. That's being honest and saying, hey, I don't have it all figured out, but let's do it together. I will show you I can be wrong, and I hope you give me good, honest feedback if when I'm wrong, uh, and so it becomes a constructive dynamic. Um, so yeah, so on the topic of shills, I think that's how one can start to discern.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, it's just I'm not calling Michael Tsarian shill like at all. Like his origin or oracles material was great. I mean, like during my awakening process, he was a big figure and someone whom I looked up to in the past and still look up to now. I mean, so have my research and my direction changed over the years? Absolutely. And I agree with you that there's always new information that we were not aware of. And nobody's perfect. I mean, we can be wrong about stuff, and admitting to the fact, I think that's just humility in general, and just conceding that we can be wrong about stuff. And then we are given more information, or there's more clarity on a subject, and so we basically say, okay, like, I didn't have all the pieces then, and then I have more pieces now, and now it's a little bit different from what I imagined it before. Great, no problem. We move on, and it's not a big deal. I just do think that the flat Earth thing is a pretty big deal, especially now. There's more than enough information for anybody to go and take a look at if they really wanted to go and dig into it, and they could actually spend a little bit of time, because like, and people may say like, well, it doesn't matter, who cares if it's flat or not, it's like, okay, then that's the kind of attitude that one might have with it. But to me, it seems like a pretty big deal that your whole cosmology has been a lie from the get-go. And then why are the so-called scientists and professors and academia giving you a wrong model? So like shouldn't we even question that possibility at all? So in that sense, why flat Earth is there's like probably 10 to 20 times more people within the flat earth movement compared to the Mandela effect, is that flat earth is more tangible. You can use math, you can use tangents, you can use models to show that there's something wrong with the globe model compared to the flat earth model. I think that there is a perfect model for the flat earth? No, I don't know. I don't know who has the best information, but different people have different takes on it. But what we do know is that there's something wrong with the heliocentric model, and that's all we really need to know to begin this journey. And anybody who doesn't really address this, I have to say either they're ignorant or they don't care. And with both issues, I have problems with.
Well, I want to take it one step further. I explained to you how I took like an afternoon to completely destroy my stable world, right? And I'm not a genius or anything. I was just a student partying and having fun in my life. And I heard about this thing on the internet, not being erudite, just being an inquiring mind. And I thought, "Eh, let's just find out. Take the telescope, take two friends." And I did. And it took me probably 6 hours. So I can understand when people take 5 years to do that. But they should be able to understand how easy it is to actually test this and to falsify it. If it is so stupid, which I thought it was, then just take 6 hours and have a cool story to tell your friends or have a fun afternoon, right? Now, the difference is I didn't have uh, the reason why I could do this, of course, because I didn't have a horse in the race. I didn't have content out there making fun of flat Earth. I didn't have content out there of anything. Like I said, I was just minding my own business. The reason, so another guy I really like right now is Cliff High. He was the guy who built a program called the WebBot program,
Yep.
who was scraping the web and then making predictions about the future, about patterns he saw in what people wrote.
Yep.
And so
They're called the
he,
auto reports, I
the
believe.
author report, exactly. Yeah, I gotta say this is a really cool conversation because you have everything I bring up. You're like, yeah, I heard of that. Let's talk about it. um, so Cliff High and Michael Tesseran are like two people I really know and respect, or I don't really know them, but I know them, and or I know their work, let's say, and I respect them, and I give them great authority in some areas. But they both make fun of the flat Earth, and they both haven't looked into it. Although, as I explained, it's like takes 6 hours to falsify it. If it was to attempt to falsify, it takes 6 hours. If you're not in the vicinity of a lake, okay, good. Then maybe it takes you a weekend, but it would be possible. and but both of them have come up with their own rationalizations out of their professional background and their specific skills. Michael Tesseran being a mystical, psychological historian, revisionist, and catastrophist, uh, he has come up with the idea that the flat Earth is not possible. And listen to this. This is literally what he said. I know it sounds stupid. It's not me saying this. I'm paraphrasing, but he's saying the flat Earth is not possible because the people who propose it are just traumatized from the past cataclysm and want to go back to the safe womb metaphor of the Garden Eden. And because he knows that womb metaphors exist psychologically, which is true, of course, and because he knows that people who want back into womb metaphors exist, which is us living in society, living in the gynocentric world, us living in the collectivism, right? Which is also true. Because of that, he knows flat Earth does not exist. Now, if you listen to that, you go like, David, what are you fucking talking about? No way in hell did Michael Ciceron say that. Well, he actually did. This is like one fallacy stacked on the next in like 10 layers high. But I'm telling you this because to explain, like he used basically he exhausted all his skills and all his resources and background and experience to come up with a completely ridiculous rationalization for why he doesn't have to look into it, right? If I had the chance to take to him face to face, I would tell him that. Unfortunately, he is not not really available for that, but that's how it is, right? And for Cliff High, in a similar way, he's an engineer. He's coming from computer sciences. He also has a little bit of a I guess, house building background from his youth, but he's mostly an engineer and IT scientist, data scientist. And so
He's a
he rationalized,
programmer.
well, yeah,
Cliff
programmer
High.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But like more extended, he's data and engineer too. So he
He
can
worked
think.
for like IBM, I think, for a number of years. He was like one of their main guys.
Yes, yes, yes.
My, yeah.
Um, I'm just saying he has, I'm saying engineer because he should, even more than me, he should be able to figure out how easy is this to debunk it and just make it a fun little episode, right? But he doesn't. Um, so
It's
he explained,
confirmation bias, what it comes down to with both
yeah.
of
So
them.
he explained, he rationalized it that it's stupid in that because space exists and because he wants to, because we see space and then there's UFOs and it's just assumption on assumption, stacked, stacked, stacked. So he goes the other way. He just goes into, but it's just assumptions stacked on assumptions and building a logical fallacy, uh, uh, false causality that then leads them to believe that it cannot be. So it basically comes down to it cannot be what should not be. So it's not true. So these are smart people, right? But sometimes it doesn't
Yeah.
help you.
No, I mean, there's another guy by the name of Jay Widener who used to work with Cliff High, and Jay Widener himself has done, great work himself, like really amazing stuff. He
Yeah.
talks about, like, he made a video about Stanley Kubrick and, the Odyssey, and like, he was decoding Stanley Kubrick movie, The Shining. But anyways, like back in 2014, I used to be an avid listener of this radio program called Rents.com. You know,
Mhm.
Jeff Rents. He's a radio personality, and he still has a website called Rents.com. And when I first woke up to the flat Earth cosmology back in 2014, Jay Widener, actually, I emailed him a few times. You know, we had a little back and forth because Jay Widener had gone on to, and you know, he's a regular guest over at Jeff Rents, and he was basically saying that flat earthers are crazy, they're stupid. We went to space and blah 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 because that was like his. And then I emailed both Jeff and Jay Widener at that time because I woke up to the flat Earth cosmology back in 2014. So I'm a little bit ahead of the curve compared to some people. Maybe that doesn't mean I'm smart or special. It's just dumb blind luck. But anyways, like he was not very nice in his
Yeah.
response at all. And Jeff also was quite adamant in his stance about it. But that was back in 2014. I get it. Like 2014, uh, nobody was talking about flat Earth. Hardly. There were just a few people on the YouTube, and it was really hard to find the information. Eric Dubay. I mentioned these names like not Eric Dubay, Matt Powerland, and Mark Sargent were the ones who
Yeah.
are really making the first ones. And then you have Jeranism coming out, Globebusters coming out afterwards, and it started to take off like more or less, I think 2015, 2016 ish, and then boom, all of a sudden, like everybody seems to be like a flat earther, right?
Yeah.
But even still, now, after all these years of content, and really now, like 10 years later, 9 years later, there is so much content out there with the flat Earth cosmology. You can find dozens of people making flat Earth content on TikTok, on YouTube, on BitChute, you name it, and there's so much information out there that anybody, if they just spent 4 hours 8 hours of their day, they could go and figure it out,
Yeah.
you know?
Um, I just sent you an image link. This is about the scientific method of inquiry. Just see a comment in the chat about the light coverage, and just want to respond to that. So, if you want to get questions answered about the flat Earth, I'm not the expert to ask. But if you want to have access to that, just go to the Flat Earth Fridays on Twitter Spaces and check this out. There are guys, and there's more material and people to ask. There's very respectful conversation going on. There's globers, there's flurfers, and it's just a very constructive conversation most of the time. So if you're really interested in asking these questions and get really, really verbose answers, check that out. But in terms of having to explain a model, uh, well, I didn't claim any shape of the Earth, right? I'm just saying, well, it could be anything. But in terms of the model that NASA is claiming, it has specific parameters, and one of the parameter is that on is the curvature. And for the curvature, for this model to work, everything has to work that it claims. So if one of the parameters doesn't work, they have to get back to the drawing board. So all I have to do to debunk their model is to disprove one of their parameters, which I did. Everyone else can do. So if you can't find a curvature, if you do the experiment, you have debunked it. And you can do with that what you want, but it's just very simple. You go to a lake, a 5 kilometer, 192 centimeters curvature, you know, and so on. You just put it in a curve calculator, then there are ones with refraction and without. It's about 7% difference. It doesn't really matter much. You can get into arguments with globers. That's great. But the point is, if you can't find the drop, then then you can ask other questions, right? You can ask about the sun covering the
Right. Yeah.
night and the fucking eclipses and the atmosphere and all the bullshit. No one cares until we can find the curve. I don't want to hear it because Everyone can try to find the curve in a few hours, but if they're instead like to talk about what about this and what about that, then I know they're not honest about it. They're just wasting my time.
Yeah,
And the
exactly.
curve has
Yeah,
been not
they're
found so many times. You have been videos where you zoom in on ships and distant islands, and this is like all over the place. So the image I Nachiketa posted here is about just the process of inquiry, just like ask a question, do background research, construct a hypothesis, test with an experiment. Is the procedure working? If yes, great, draw conclusions. If not, we have questions. And
yeah.
so,
Can you sorry, go ahead.
yeah, just by following that simple procedure, we can either, prove or debunk anything, or at least we can confirm a model where we cannot prove it, where we can confirm a model, or we can debunk it. Well, the thing is with these models and the thesis, if you find one fault, the thesis falls. You just have to find one fault. You don't have to explain everything that's wrong with it. That's not the point. If you find one thing wrong with it, it already doesn't work anymore. Well, the thing about the curve and the bending of the light, that's a fair point. There's assumptions there about light having um, certain qualities, but there have been,
Yeah,
you can get around that.
electromagnetic qualities. I mean, we understand that light can bend. Like the was it Ken Wheeler on his channel has shown and demonstrated that with magnetism, the light can show bendiness to it. But like is that always the case, and how much of it? That's also a factor into this discussion about bendy lights and refraction and such.
Sure, but if the light is all bendy, that's fine. Then just use a physical object. And that has been done. People have just nailed planks to another plank and made sure the angles are all straight, and they went for miles and miles. Well, guess what? They couldn't find a curve. That was like 100 years ago, and anyone can do that as well. So, and have done so. It's just that people don't want to talk about that. They rather want to talk about the light experiments with line of sight and lasers, because then they can claim bendy light. But there's issues with the bendy light. I'm not an expert again in that. But again, go on Flat Earth Fridays, go on the Twitter Spaces, grab a mic, and have a conversation about it. But for me personally, it was just, you know, it if light is bending, okay, can I see around a curve? Well, maybe. I don't think so, but if people think that, that's fine. But I don't think it's how it works, especially on short distances. Like I can
Can you
see.
just type something in the chat, and I can moderate you? So if you want to share anything, you can just post it in the chat directly yourself.
Oh, like what? Oh, you mean
If you go
I?
to YouTube, on my channel, if you look at the chat in the channel, or even here, you can just post a comment, and then I will know that it is you. Then I can moderate you. So if you can just post any of the links that you might want to share, maybe even in the future, if you just happen to be listening in an interview, and then you have something that you wanted to share, like a link, a YouTube video or something, then you could just do it.
Oh yeah, I just did, but it doesn't work. It says here has failed to post. But never mind.
Okay,
Uh,
it's okay. It's not a big deal.
but
Yeah.
maybe I
So
can try to put the link to the spaces I'm mentioning, because it's not just me talking about it. I'll do that.
I've been sharing the links, all the links that you've uh, shared with me. I've been sharing with everybody. So we're getting close to 4 hours over here, and we've been talking about a lot of different subjects, and like I agree that like every one of us, we have some amount of cognitive dissonance. Nobody here I can say is like absolutely, perfectly objective. We are striving towards objectivity. I think it does require a little bit of humility to get there, and sometimes having those PhDs or doctorates or a lot of education can be more of a crutch or a barrier towards the truth than a support towards that truth because it's basically showing that you've been indoctrinated more hardcore than others. And when people are invested, whether it is their career or belief system, whatever it may be, or maybe they just want to not seem like they're crazy because it's a big pill to swallow when people have been taught the wrong information and we are invested in that wrong information for a very long period of time. And then all of a sudden, one single information of not finding curvature at all, you have to question everything about this reality. And it's not a fun place to be. It's like somebody whacked you over the head with a sledgehammer and be like, what the hell just happened, really? Like why am I seeing this at all? You know?
Yeah. Um, I just posted it. And that's where people have to then, find their curiosity, and it's exactly the moment. Instead of then going, oh, let me find someone who can explain it to me. That's cool, but try to explain it yourself first. And if you can't, then ask why that is, and try to explain it yourself until you really can't. And then if you ask other people, assume that they don't know it either, but they just want to give an explanation. Because it feels good to being the one who can explain things, and it's like an addiction. We're being given attention. So assume that not just because people explain things means they are correct. Uh, that's why I'm stressing like this experiment I did. I don't care if you believe me. I did. You believe me what happened when I did this, right? For me, it's more about, hey, it would be really fun if you replicated this, and then what will happen will happen. That's why I'm sharing it. So in the same way, when people run into a thing where they can't explain it, that's where the adventure starts. That's where the hero awakens, or that's where he can be useful. That's where we leave the straight and comfortable road and go up out in the rough field, and where we will need all our faculties to not get lost in traps and the underbrush and the robbers or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, I think, we should, probably, start thinking about closing it down. So, I want you to share with us, David, if you have any final thoughts about, like, uh, one of the things I would like for you to share with me, if you can, is that, we see the reality right now, like how society is. What do you think is needed to see some real changes that could put us on the right path? Put the trajectory in the direction that is favorable for humanity. Because right now, just the way things are set up and the way humanity is programmed, things are not looking good. And maybe I'm being nihilistic or a little bit negative in my thinking, but I don't really see uh humanity like waking up and becoming like unslaved anytime soon. They seem very content with their Taylor Swift concerts and their bread and circus shows like football and basketball and games, and they're given their McDonald's to satisfy their I don't know, lust for horrible food or whatnot. I don't know what, but these things are all given to people to get them, keep them dumbed down and keep them fat and happy type of deal. Do you see what I see?
Yeah, I see that. I think for one, we have to let go of the thought that we can save everyone or that we can even save anyone, and instead embrace the thought that if we save ourselves, we become such a shining light and inspiration. If we just do what we feel is right, people look at that. People get inspired by that because it is a rare thing. Everyone, just think about the people who inspired you in life and think about what they did to do that. Did they follow the mainstream? Did they do what everyone did, or did they do something completely different, take a risk, being called crazy, but they did something that was so out of the ordinary, it caught your eye and it inspired you, right? So these people, they didn't care to look agreeable to you. And I'm just being general, right? But they did what they thought was right, and that was inspiring. That's at least how it was for me. I think in practical terms, connecting the body back to the earth, really practical, like grounding, standing barefoot on the earth, or getting grounding shoes, getting back in touch with the atmosphere, with the air, creating gardens, living in the gardens, finding ways to reconnect our society with natural processes, getting rid of all the isolation that we have built around us. We have built this plastic wrap around our lives, and it's not a good thing. And I think if we can just start reversing that, it will create a dynamic of its own, and it will emerge the solutions. I really think if we just start this process, this will create an environment for the next generation to grow up in, to be connected enough to these dynamics that we get inspiration from as well, like the inner voice, the inspiration, the if you call it the oversoul or God or whatever you want to call it. We create the right environment to be less insulated from that, less fluoride around the pineal, less rubber between the earth and our souls. Uh, that gives the next generation the environment to grow up in, more connected, and that will just be enough for them to receive the solutions that are already in the air. We are just too plugged up, too backed up, too intoxicated, too poisoned, and too distracted to notice them and to receive them and to be able to articulate them and implement them. It's not that there are no solutions, it's that we are unable to use them, to even hear them, see them, or even implement them. There have been books written, hundreds and hundreds of them, how to solve this mess, but we have been uh, we have put ourselves in a situation where we're really backed into a corner, unable to implement them. So we have to get back into our ability. And I think, unfortunately, it's so bad that we probably will not be the ones implementing the solutions. But what we can do is we create a better environment to bring up the next generation, and then they will have a fresh start and they can implement the solution. So that's just me being very pragmatic about it, not to be negative. And I don't think it's a bad thing. Creating a good environment is already important. And it doesn't matter if it means having kids or being, that weird uncle that gives you cool ideas, or that does something with your godchildren, or it just means being a human who is part of that whole movement of the human race in general, reconnecting back to real things, real thoughts, real things, real uh, activities, and getting away from this artificial plastic wrapped world. And I think that's the best anyone can do, and I hope more and more people will do that.
Yep, I agree, and I think it's a multi-prong, solution. I don't disagree with you that we have to lay the foundation for the next generation. Hopefully, they will. I mean, whether they like it or not, they're going to have to take the mantle of truth and carry that as far as they can, so they can pass that on, because that fire of, it's like, the fire of truth has to be kept lit, and not die out. Because once it's dead and gone, the enemy has won, and that's what they've been wanting to do from the very beginning, to want to quell any of the truth that is out there, and that's why they are burning books and torturing people and doing the Inquisition thing and forcing people to, convert to their um, religion of superstition, really, and just become serfs and slaves of their nations, and they have more or less colonized the world. They just divided up into, the British Empire or the French Empire or the German Empire or Dutch Empire or Spanish Empire, Portuguese Empire, but they are all coming from the same controllers, anyways. And what's really fascinating for me in regards to what David Ewing Jr. has shared with the public is that, like, we know about the Jesuits and we know the Masons and we know what they're really about, right? And they're not about, like, freedom and, revolution and things like that. No, they're about keeping people dumbed down and slaved up so that they don't question reality. But the Jesuits were formed to convert Islam. And why were they more active in Europe and America and in Australia than in other parts of the world? Well, is it because that there were more Muslims that needed to be converted in those areas initially, and that's why they were formed? It's a military order. We talked about this. Jesuits are a military order, and created it? Who created them? The Farnese, the
Mm.
pharaohs, the
Yeah.
Farnese, right? The House of Farnese, where the word Franca, right, comes from. It's another word for the House of Farnese. Okay, they are the ones who are responsible for making this happen. And this is not some fairy story that happened thousands of years ago with Moses. It happened no longer than probably 3, 4, 500 years ago. 1,000 years shorter than what we've been told. 2,000, 3,000 years shorter than we've been told. So, um, yeah, and why Egypt? Because Alexandria. In Alexandria in Egypt has the Greek name. That's where they created the Bible over there. And who was responsible for that? The Farnese, the pharaohs. They are the ones who were responsible for that.
Yeah, it's a whole. I would
Yeah.
appreciate if, having that conversation about solutions and the what you just touched on, also at another time. But I have to get more into the whole pharaonic
Yes.
connection myself. But just for solutions, what you touched on, there'll be a whole conversation. I have to wrap it up on my end,
Yep.
fortunately. But we touched on so many
Yep.
things. My head is I'm smoking out the ears. I think I ran out of things to even bring up. This was an amazing conversation.
Yeah, I appreciate you being here, David. And I wanted to get a measure of a man, and I did. And I'm very satisfied with this conversation as well. And I hope you choose to come back at some point, and we'll have a little bit of a roundtable again and have a sobering conversation about, the solutions of this, world that we're living in. And I wish you a good day or good evening, that wherever you are. And thank you, everybody, for showing up. And any last words before we end the show?
Enjoy the spring that is coming if you can, and maybe if this year will bring many new things, probably faster than we can process them. If that should happen, uh, make sure you have some ways to keep a cool head and not act too rashly. I think that is what I would say.
Okay. Well, sounds good. And with that, we're going to call it a day. And thank you, everybody, again. And see you next time. Bye for now.